yes, please.
सर मुझे सर यही पूछना था कि आज जो फैक्ट फाइंडर ने सर वो स्क्रीनर से वो निकाल के डाला था कि जो एक 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 ग्रुप है, बिजनेस ग्रुप है सर बहुत बड़ा, उसमें LIC सर 3500 के रेट पे बाय कर रही है। तो ये तो सर मतलब सबकी आंखों के सामने स्कैम हो रहा है। इंडियन गवर्नमेंट क्यों सपोर्ट कर रही है ऐसे?
नहीं, मैंने भी रीट्वीट किया था और लिखा था कि ये स्कैम।
हाँ जी सर, हाँ जी बिल्कुल। तो ये तो सर आने वाले टाइम में सर रिपल वेव आएगी, मतलब मार्केट में करेक्शन आ सकती है इसकी वजह से तो बहुत बड़ी।
नहीं, देखिए, करेक्शन आ सकती है कि नहीं वो अलग बात है, क्योंकि आप लंबा नहीं सोचते हो। जब डाउ जोन्स 29,000 है तो अपना 17,000 क्यों?
हाँ जी,
और भूलिएगा मत कि US इज अ मदर मार्केट। अपने सब लल्लू पंजू है,
हाँ जी सर,
वो डामाडोल है, वो इतना गिर गया 20% की ज्यादा। अपने LIC के बलबूते पे खड़े हैं, जैसे आज भी डाउन था। वो एंड के टाइम पे LIC आता है और ऊपर बढ़ा देता है। तो ये तो प्रॉब्लम ही है यार।
सर पोर्टफोलियो का क्या करें सर? मैंने सर TCS बाय किया था अराउंड 2900 के आसपास। तो वो तो आज सर USA मार्केट भी डाउन है, तो मेरे को मंडे को तो निकालना ही पड़ेगा उसे।
नहीं, आप US मार्केट को मत देखो।
हाँ जी,
उधर एक कंपनी एक्सेंचर
हाँ
करके,
जी सर,
जो कि दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी कंपनी है IT में, उसका हाल देखो, 3% डाउन है अभी। मतलब समझ में नहीं आता आप TCS लेके क्या करोगे।
नहीं सर बेचना है मुझे सर वो।
मैं नहीं लूंगा अभी,
हम्म।
वो सोमवार को ही बेचना पड़ेगा।
हाँ जी, थैंक
थैंक
यू
यू।
सर, थैंक यू।
Srini, why don't you accept? Srini,
हेलो।
हेलो,
हाँ जी, गुड इवनिंग सर।
गुड इवनिंग।
तो बात ये है कि माल तो देखो सबको चिपकाया जा रहा है अच्छे से। एज इन व्हाट आई मीन टू से इज डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन इन होलसेल, एंड आई वोंट बी सरप्राइज्ड वी सी 16,800 this swing low or whatever people call it Monday, Tuesday itself, and people are wishing, yes, they're wishing, they're in the hope that Fed pivots. It will not happen. Fed will only pivot once something breaks, and the day they pivot, उस दिन बुल मार्केट वापस शुरू हुआ, तब तक बेयर मार्केट ही है। एंड आप जो नंबर आप बोलते हो वो आएगा।
नहीं, वो ठीक है। ये जो आपका सोच है ना कि बेयर मार्केट में से बुल मार्केट, it is a long drawn process. It doesn't happen
Yes, I
overnight.
agree.
It takes months and years. Okay.
Yeah.
and ये 16,800 का बात जो आपने बोला, तो let me remind you, it was the expiry was 16,820. Okay.
हाँ
It
जी।
was there last Thursday only.
Yeah.
So our memory in this market is very less. People don't have memory now. This gentleman who was here, Rami, was talking about IT. Okay. Why on the earth will I buy an IT company? If I want to buy, I will buy a tech company. There's a huge difference between IT and tech. Please, IT बोल के कोई मतलब नहीं है। ये डिविडेंड यील्ड के हिसाब से लो और बेचो, और कुछ नहीं है। नो ग्रोथ, नथिंग। 1-1.5% का ग्रोथ। एंड अनदर थिंग, वो जो आज पेपर में भी आया था कि हिंदुस्तान लीवर का 10% सेल्स है और मार्केट कैप 67% है। तो डोंट यू थिंक कि अपने लोग पगला गए हैं, पागल है अपने लोग ऐसा वैल्यूएशन देने का? 60 टाइम्स, 80 टाइम्स, 100 टाइम्स,
Uh,
एट।
Hanji. So what I'd like to say is Indian retail believes in buying goods or stuff at extreme valuations and hoping that it breaks the barrier and goes even above. So it's not gonna happen. There will be no alpha in that. In fact, if I have to buy, I would rather buy in the US.
No, no, whatever it is, you are saying retail, yes, okay, I might agree or might not agree, but it's the institutions that lead the retail, okay? Always keep that in mind. So, our institutions are stupid. They just buy everything, anything at any price. And this classic example of LIC buying this stupidly priced shares, really, I at times wonder कि जब भी क्लेम आएगा तो वो पैसा नहीं देगा, शेयर देगा लगता है. That was on a lighter note.
Mm,
और
I do agree. क्लेम के
और
बदले अडानी ट्रांसमिशन.
यस, और दूसरा बात है कि इंडिया में कोई भी कुछ भी कर सकता है, कोई पूछने वाला नहीं है. हॉरिबल हॉरिबल. सेबी वाला चुप बैठा है क्या? खैर, एनीवे, वी हैव टू बी इन दिस मार्केट. एंड प्लीज डोंट आस्क मी कि शेयर बेचूं कि नहीं. एक बात बता दूं, ये जो सब लोग हंसता है ना मेरे पे, 12,000 होता है बोलेगा, वो कोई बोला 0 हो जाएगा, मैं बोला ठीक है भाई. आई टेक यू बैक टू 2008. वो जो पिटाई हुआ 2008 में अक्टूबर में, मुझे मालूम है यूनिटेक 110 था, 8 रुपया बिका था अक्टूबर, वही महीने में. तो कितना घट सकता है वो मुझे मालूम है, आप लोग को नहीं मालूम है. ज्यादातर लोग ने आपने बेयर मार्केट नहीं देखा है. बेयर मार्केट आता है आंधियों तूफान की तरह आता है, साफ, सब साफ. और फ्रॉम माय मेमोरी, अडानी वाज ऑलवेज देयर इन ऑल द बुल मार्केट्स. फिर वो गिर जाता था. फिर इस टाइम ही हैज सक्सीडेड. सो लेट्स सी. आई थिंक अडानी भाई का ओम स्वाहा होने का टाइम आया है. एंड व्हाट, 20 लाख करोड़ मार्केट के एक ट्रेडर का, आई आई डोंट सी. सो प्लीज, आप लोग अपना डिसीजन खुद लेना. जहाँ वो थोड़ा बहुत बेचने का नहीं है तो कैश रखना, बहुत काम में आएगा. और 2008 में जो बेयर मार्केट आया, वो चला तकरीबन वो 2014 तक, 6 साल. अभी आपको 2 महीना भी लगेगा तो आप लोग परेशान हो जाओगे. यू हैव नॉट एक्सपीरियंस दिस. एंड पर्सनली आई लाइक बेयर मार्केट्स. because I can buy whatever I want without disturbing the price. Nowadays, if I buy something, it runs up a lot, which I don't like. Anyway, please be careful. Don't listen to TV or this Twitter handles, risk management, ये management. फालतू का बात है. आप अपना देखिएगा. अच्छा शेयर भी है. एक टाइम वो नीचे आएगा तो आप अभी वो थोड़ा बेच दोगे तो नीचे में वो थोड़ा ज्यादा आ जाएगा. ओके, थैंक यू. आनंद भाई बोलिए.
Malik, I'm having my dinner. Can I talk after 10 minutes?
Yes, yes. Srini, you wouldn't like to talk because I've got a very bad cough here today. Too much of smoking. Okay.
Good evening, Sharad sir. Sorry, I was driving, sir, so I couldn't respond on the handset. Uh,
Mm.
can I speak now, or was Anand Bhai going to speak?
No, you speak
Oh,
now.
okay. So, sir, same as what I think was being discussed a few days ago. I feel finally the time has come where, like, the what I was calling the Gali contest is going to begin. And right now, people are just clearing their throats. So people are adjusting positions, etc. And I think for a lot of retail traders, somewhere वो hope है कि अभी ये throat clearing के बाद bull market शुरू होगा, मतलब rock concert शुरू होगा. Actually, ये throat clearing के बाद ऐसा गाली contest शुरू होगा where even strong companies will see downward price action, which will shock a lot of us. Everything in the US is being spoken very clearly with very straight language. I mean, first time I think a lot of Fed critics, including me, we can't fault them. काफी सीधा सीधा बोल रहे हैं, leaving no scope for any confusion that ये market ठोकते रहेंगे. Their explicit agenda is to demolish in a controlled manner all asset prices until inflation collapses. So they are trying to create a recession. And there was a recent Stanley Druckenmiller interview for maybe people who don't know him. He's one of the most legendary traders, investors. George Soros's partner, famously shorted the British pound, made $1 billion a pounds in 30 years ago, and which is kind of the trader big short of the century almost. So his view, I think last week he spoke at that Delivering Alpha conference. His view is we will have a range bound market for a decade now. Saying itna excess ho gaya hai, itna QE and this and that and too much debt. So even in India, I feel we might see a 10 to 15,000 Nifty kind of market for 5 years, 6 years. And there's nothing irrational. It won't be mathematically wrong. Companies will be fairly priced and good companies will keep doing well. And I feel a lot of my kind of retail traders, I would caution them, please be ready for this scenario. Every time, every space, sir, I hear people say, Agar ABC, then bull market will come back. Agar ABC, then Fed will pivot. ये सब ख्याले हमको छोड़ देने चाहिए. जो बुल रन हुआ हुआ, जिन्होंने बनाया बनाया, जिन्होंने कम बनाया ठीक है, नहीं बनाया वो भी ठीक है. But we should not chase the past. I feel October moment is around the corner. Maybe 12th or 13th October, if I want to time it, is a perfect time to pick up November expiry shorts and then wait. I think there's 1400, 1800 points on the downside to be made. That's my view, sir.
The way you said it reminds me that TCS results will be out on Monday evening after the markets. So I foresee it going down maybe 5-6%, and that will take the market down because all our tech companies are in Nifty, Tech Mahindra, HCL Tech, Infi, Wipro, and Infosys is supposed to announce a buyback. But I think people will be surprised by the price volatility. It will go down a lot. And Srini, one thing, no, sorry, two things. One is about that 12,000 was 19 months back. Okay. What has changed so dramatically? What has changed is US markets went up. So we went up. Now US market has fallen. We are saying, nahi, we are the great. मेरे पास माँ है, आपके पास क्या है? And something like that. And you will have to speak for 5 minutes on this thing that news report, Unilever sales and Hindustan Lever sales are 10%, and the market cap is 67% of Unilever. Yeah, Srini.
Okay, sir. So on both points, I have a common thread. It's called drunken denial. मतलब इतना दारू पी रखा है कि वो मतलब वी आर नॉट एबल टू कन्विंस अ सोबर फ्रेंड, यू नो, व्हेन बहुत ज्यादा दारू पी लिया, अ सोबर फ्रेंड कैन नॉट कन्विंस द ड्रंकन फ्रेंड कि गाड़ी मत चला या जाके उसको थप्पड़ मत मार and this kind of thing, or you know, don't do these rash things. So what I'm seeing happening is, for the first time maybe in many months, मीडिया एक्चुअली बाय एंड लार्ज रिपोर्ट कर रहा है. So the levers news, to answer the specific question, in May 2022, this year, Alan Jope came and he said, look, I'm very bullish on India long term. ये इंडिया का decade है. US is 19% of our sales growth, of our sales, and India is 11%. मुझे लगता है by the end of the decade, जिसमें 8 साल बाकी है, Hindustan Unilever India's turnover will exceed in value US. So this has somehow got reported, and a lot of people are interpreting that ये अगले साल हो जाएगा. Meanwhile, what is happening is, it's true, Lever's market cap is really high. I mean, price earning wise, it is whatever, like some 65, 70. And if you notice, Unilever Global is selling HUL shares to acquire good businesses. So they diluted 5% and sold it, and they acquired Horlicks, which is an amazing. I worked on that brand, etc. Great brand, great business. They will similarly. So the advantage HUL has is they will keep diluting their shares. But ये देखना चाहिए, अगर promoter dilute किए जा रहा है, so it's an implied comment on what he thinks about valuation being higher or lower than fair price. So the if levers goes to even half, and I have a lot of friends there, so I'm not trying to say something like that. Actually, I am saying that it might happen. Suppose it goes to half. It is not undervalued even at half. It's growing at 10-15% sales growth. It's growing at say 20-25% profit growth. It's a well-run company, a great governance, lovely brands. India में हर कोने में है. 30-35 का P is pretty good. 40 का P ले लो. So even in a great company, great blue chip like this, a 40% decline would just make it reasonably premium valued. So I think there's, and then if you go down the quality ladder, there's severe overvaluation going on. The second is the outlook of these CEOs themselves. So the Lever's chairman himself said that I have not seen this kind of stress in India, and I was saying that 40 साल में उन्होंने क्या क्या नहीं देखा है, आप वो सोचिए. सब कुछ देखा उन्होंने. And for him to say this, that there's a big issue and so on. So I feel they're not misleading in their commentary and all, but drunken denial. So retail, and even today's numbers, if we see, FII sold quite a bit, 25, 2,800. DI has bought 500-600 crores. Now, like, it's, I guess retail is just buying a lot. And now, so even retail is now drunken denial. Institutions are saying we don't believe, but retail कह रहे नहीं नहीं हम Warren Buffett का बाप है. So that's the I think very dangerous sign. The other is, if I may, I said this in an earlier space about 3 4 weeks back, is this thing about patriotism. Patriotism, by definition, is an act which involves a loss to oneself. When an army soldier, gives up his arm, limb, or even, God forbid, life to defend crores of Indians, he's getting paid like a very modest salary. Man, that is patriotism, and I respect it. We all do. If a government salary में ISRO का scientist with no private bonus, profit upside, patent, ऐसा cost optimization करके in 400 crores they're getting mission Mars up and running. That is patriotism, to do a job so well in a government job where you don't have the profit upside incentive selfishly. But buying stocks, selling stocks is fundamentally about private profit. Most of Indian stocks, other than PSUs, are owned by 1,000 people, and 60% is owned by 1,000 people. And buying stocks is just a very legal, ethical way of selfish profit. There's nothing wrong with it. But it's another sign, I submit, of drunken denial कि हम इतना selfish activity को we are claiming that it is like patriotism, like a soldier braving it out in minus 20 degrees Celsius, facing bullet from a hostile chap. So this is the degree of mispricing that is reflected in the market, irrational, like extreme irrational exuberance, and it's coming due now in this quarter. किसी का रिजल्ट बहुत अच्छा नहीं होने वाला है सर, ऑलरेडी बोल चुका है लोग, so they won't contradict their earlier statements.
Srini, as you are there on brands, now Titan came up with an update, quarterly update, and the stock went up 140 bucks. Don't you think this figure was there in 2017 also? Or rather, much more than this?
What figure, sir?
Update, sales and profit and all that.
Yes. So, yeah, but I have to take the Titan side, sir. मतलब वो झूठ तो नहीं बोल रहे हैं. So, I mean, I'm imagining myself as a CMO of Titan, and मतलब झूठ तो नहीं बोल रहा हूँ. अब आपको मुझे इतना वैल्यू देना है, मैं मना थोड़ा ना करूँगा. As a Titan CMO, I'm paid in probably Titan stock. So, but you're right. The sales growth is not at all exciting. The mix is worsening for a lot of people. So, a lot of the sales is now lower margin, regular plain gold, and the premium jewelry stuff come ho gaya. The accessories were doing well. The lower gold mix, which is like even more cosmetic, and my margin बहुत favorable है. That has reduced. So if you see like maybe third or fourth page of their quarterly results, they give that breakdown, and that percentage is coming down. So this again brings up the general softness in consumer spending. Because eventually top 1 crore consumers can't drive the economic expectation from at least say 50 crore economically active Indians. So top 1 crore ka bahut acha spending, etc. going on. Next 4 5 crore also decent, but the middle 25 40 crore Indians, they are really squeezed. We saw it in auto sales also, handset sales also.
Last question. 82p justified or exuberance?
Like extreme exuberance. I have a lot of friends in Titan, sir, in Tata Group. Nobody will be offended कि मैंने public forum में बोला है. Extreme exuberance.
Srini, you do one thing. One of these days, you catch a flight to Mumbai and come over.
Done, sir. I will definitely do that. मैं आपका time check करके आ जाऊंगा.
अरे फ्री होता है, हमेशा फ्री होता है. खाली बिंदास आ जाओ फैक्ट फाइंडर एक्सेप्ट द रिक्वेस्ट डॉक्टर अमित बोलिए
यस सर, गुड इवनिंग सर।
गुड इवनिंग
सर मार्केट में तो पूरी एसेट क्लास, हर एक एसेट अभी फॉलिंग में है एक्सेप्ट आवर निफ्टी। 2008 ले लो, 2000 क्रैश ले लो, सभी में प्राइवेट सेक्टर को बेल आउट करना पड़ता था। यहाँ तो नौबत ये आ गई है कि गवर्नमेंट का पेंशन फंड जा रहा है यूके का, और दिस विल बी नॉट स्टॉपिंग हियर, क्योंकि जो भी पेंशन फंड है सभी जगह यही स्ट्रेटेजी से काम करते थे। दे आर वर्किंग विद द लीवरेज। सो कहाँ कहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम स्प्रेड होगा, इट इज रियल स्कैरी। तो it is very big thing. They are try to delay to resolve that thing, but इसका तो कैसे सॉल्यूशन आएगा देखना पड़ेगा, वो क्या कर लेंगे। तो हर एक मींस मंथ बाय मंथ, वीक बाय वीक, कहीं पे ऐसा हुआ नहीं कि रिलैक्स हुआ। कोई प्रॉब्लम था पास्ट में, उसको सॉल्व किया, एक नया आता ही जाता है मार्केट में, फाइनेंशियल, मैक्रो साइड, एवरीवेयर। सो इट इज नॉट स्टॉपिंग। इंटरेस्ट रेट का जो अभी साइकिल चल रहा है, अभी इसका इफेक्ट तो 1 साल के बाद दिखने पड़ेगा, दिखाई देगा बैलेंस शीट पे। अभी तो ये स्टार्ट ही हुआ है, और इन्फ्लेशन इट इज नॉट कूलिंग एनीवेयर। यूरोप तो पूरा देख लो क्या हालत है, वो क्यूटी करते, क्यूई करते, उनको ही पता नहीं क्या करना है। अभी तो चल रहा है सभी जगह, और हाईएस्ट पोजीशन वाले ये सब डिसीजन ऐसे टैकल कर रहे हैं। अपना मार्केट कुछ अलग है सर, यहाँ पे थोड़ा चैलेंजिंग हो गया है। तो इट इज लाइक ए गैम्बलिंग फेज। तो जहाँ पे ज्यादा मास चला जाता है उसके अगेंस्ट मार्केट जा रहा है। कुछ मैक्रो नहीं देख रहा, टेक्निकल का कुछ रिस्पॉन्स नहीं है, अलग ही फेज चल रहा है। सो देखते हैं। इट इज हिस्ट्री में कभी ऐसा एविडेंट नहीं है कि हम डीकपलिंग बहुत ज्यादातर रहे हैं, मैक्सिमम 4 या 5 मंथ, उससे ज्यादा मींस मैक्रो के हिसाब से डीकपलिंग, नॉट द कंपेयर टू इंडेक्स। हम मगर सभी जगह मैक्रो खराब है, इकोनॉमी डाउन टर्न में है, तो ये इफेक्ट हमारे में भी आएगी। और रिसेंट एविडेंस इज द आवर रुपीज। तो एक मीथ था सबको कि प्रोटेक्ट होगा, 80 पे नहीं जाएगा, इमर्जिंग करेंसी में स्ट्रॉन्ग है, वो मीथ भी ब्रेक हो गया। तो देखते हैं कब। यहाँ पे यही चीज है अभी। अपर साइड कुछ है नहीं, कुछ रिवॉर्ड है नहीं, और डाउन साइड अनलिमिटेड रिस्क है। इतना ही कहना है सर अभी तो।
थैंक यू
ओके
और
सर,
एक
थैंक यू।
एक बात है डॉक्टर अमित,
यस सर।
अभी मैं देखा था रूपी रेट 82.56 था वो उधर। तो क्या लगता है
सर ये तो अभी तो 90 तक का जो टेक्निकल में देख रहा हूँ, मेरे हिसाब से 90 तक जा सकता है, नॉट द टुमारो, मगर विद इन 1 ईयर। अभी ये अपर टेरिटरी में है, अपर साइड तो कहाँ रुकेगा वो पता नहीं है। और करेंसी इट इज वेरी हार्ड टू मैनिपुलेट, क्योंकि इसका तो रिफ्लेक्शन होगा ही। तो टेक्निकल लेवल पे लग रहा है 90 तक तो ये जा ही सकता है।
देखिए जब ये डॉलर रुपी 73-74 था,
यस सर।
वो हमेशा मैं ट्वीट मारता था कि इतना ओवर वैल्यूड मत रखो, तकलीफ होएगा। फिर
यस
आरबीआई डिफेंड किया। अभी क्या हो गया है, ये जो मिसनोमर था कि अपने पास में 650 बिलियन का रिजर्व है, वास्तव में रिजर्व कुछ नहीं है, इट्स बोरोड रिजर्व्स। बोरोड मनी को तुम रिजर्व कैसे बोल सकता है? और
यस सर।
आरबीआई ने इतना स्वैप बेचा हुआ है, अगर किसी को याद है तो इतना स्वैप बेचा है, तो कहां से लाएगा 73 74 का स्वैप? तो अंदर अंदर ये बहुत प्रॉब्लम है। और देखिए, आप लोग कुछ भी बोलो, इंडिया का रिजर्व 550 या 500 बिलियन नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है। अपना हालत यूके से भी बदतर है। ये जो टीवी पे आके बोलते हैं ना, अपना फॉरेन रिजर्व डे, वाप 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 वाप, सब नॉनसेंस है, उल्लू बनाते हैं। आप लोग को पता है कि नहीं पता है, ये सब आपके सर पे घुसाया जाता है। वी आर इन अ वेरी डायर स्टेट्स। सॉरी। हाँ केतन भाई, आप बोलिए।
Good evening, sir. How are you?
फाइन फाइन।
So, what I had to say is that, over the last few weeks of observation, that the market keeps going up and then comes down and then slight up. And I, I think that over the last, especially after COVID, uh, especially after all these number of demat accounts opening, which people claim is about 3 crore or 1 crore or 2 crore demat accounts, we are still in an illusion uh, of the very fact that this will only and only go up. And I feel that the retail investor or the retail trader will someday, get so rogered with this whole idea of things only going up. And I think we will really not get a chance to even exit the day this starts properly. And I think for whatever little that I hear from you about the 12,000, I somewhere every now and then when I see the markets and I see the illusion that people are living in, I'm certain we'll probably, in all probability, see this in the next few months. That's it, sir. Thank you so much for letting me talk. आप बताएं.
You made a very valid point. Now, today's example, Jindal Steel and Power was at 440. Last 20 minutes, it goes up to 448. Official closing 446. So सब लोग happy है। तो ऐसा आप लोग को उल्लू बनाया जा रहा है, ये बंद भाव लिखा के, बंद भाव लिखाना। See, all the malpractices are carried out in our market. All the malpractices possible. This is a very treacherous market. Whenever, and I think October will be a gruesome month. Take care, take proper care. Thank you, Ketan bhai. Yeah, Anand.
First, I will talk a little about what Ketan said, then I will address something which Srini said.
Ketan, you can mute yourself, please.
Okay. First, I will take a few points of what Ketan said. Ketan, जो आपने बोला, there is nothing wrong in it intrinsically, because see, the story that is being peddled to you every day is that there are so many investors left in India, they will all invest. But practically you have to understand, nobody is going to tell you that this market is going to collapse. Nobody in the senior position will ever tell you, especially coming from the political bigwigs, from the RBI, from the regulators. कोई नहीं बोलेगा, सब आपको यही बोलेगा everything is fine. अगर ये बोलना चालू कर दिया कि बहुत प्रॉब्लम है, ये होगा, ये हो सकता है, वो हो सकता है, then you will have everybody, mutual fund में redemptions आएंगे, interest rate will go up, people will start selling stock, and there will be turmoil. So Even if the market tomorrow collapses 20% or 30%, they will still tell you there is nothing wrong with India. There is everything is perfect, everything is nice. That's the first thing you have to understand. सेकंड थिंग इज जो ग्रोथ जो पब्लिक इंडिया में ये होगा वो होगा जो बोल रहे हैं, इट हैज बीन नथिंग स्पेक्टेकुलर और स्पेशल. Post COVID, whatever growth which has come in India, if it has come in India, it has come across the globe in every country. यूएस में रॉबिनहुड आ गए, बहुत सारे जो पहले इन्वेस्ट नहीं करते थे अपने पास म्यूचुअल फंड के थ्रू इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं. सो व्हाट इज स्पेशल? There's been nothing special about India anywhere. We have just been following the larger trend of the globe. So today, if you actually see what is happening around the globe and people still bullish, is because basically as a nation we have obstinacy and stubbornness as a national character. In the guise of being patriotic, we are getting into a situation where we are asking for, where we are only hoping that the market will go up. There is no rationale, there is no solid ground on which you can base any of this market rallying or market going much higher. Especially if you look at the multiples that this stock, most of the high price and front end stocks are showing right now. ICICI Bank does not command 860 rupees. Adani Group to bolna hi mat. It is just another baby for the balloon to be pricked any moment. The minute it pricks, it is going to take the Nifty along with it. And unfortunately, it has also been included into the Nifty. So it will be one of the major factors for the collapse. Now, uh, what will happen? I will talk about it a little later. What I see happening, coming to something which Srini was talking. Srini, you had said that next quarter से result खराब आएगा. Result was खराब नहीं आएगा. आज जैसे यूएस में the employment report was fantastic. But truly speaking, if you do a long historical study of what the reports say and what the markets do, you will see most of the time the markets does the opposite of what is at the actual fact. Because everyone knows that the unemployment result is news in US is very good. Then why is the market down 2%? Very simple, because everybody was expecting the market to go up. Now there is nobody left to buy on the basis of this news. All those who have bought at a lower price are selling at a higher price. So coming back to India, what would happen in the next quarter, September? Mark my words, you will see exactly this. Results will be okayish. There will be nothing wrong with the result, and there may be a muted guidance because of the muted guidance and the fear and apprehension that people have right now, because this market has continued sideways for a long time. So it will automatically correct. A market does not need anybody to come and sell at a higher price for it to go down. This is one of the biggest fallacies of the market. The market only needs people who are willing to pay a higher price to go up. The minute those people who are willing to pay a higher price are not there, the markets will automatically start coming down due to their sheer weight. Third thing is, as I've been repeating all this while, October is going to be a deadly month. October, you are going to see a limit down. October, it is coming. We are just 5 days into October. And see how suddenly the mood changes. In the afternoon at 3 o'clock, everybody was gung-ho about India. Nobody was paying attention to what was happening on the rupee dollar, which was actually suggesting there is severe problem coming, there is severe problem ahead. कोई सुन ही नहीं रहा है, किसी को सुनना ही नहीं है. मार्केट हाँ ऊपर जाएगा, खरीद लो. But there will come a time when you won't have money left to buy, and that is the time the market will start coming down. Not when people are expecting it to come down. Like I was saying yesterday, people are expecting this market to, people talk about the market coming down, but if you look at the charts are telling a different story. Very few like me are bearish in the market. Me and Sharad Bhai must be the few exceptions who have stuck to our view that there is nothing here. There is no strength right now. There is nothing to take it up. And coming down to it, if you actually look at what the S&P 500 is doing, it is at 3600 almost. from a high of 4800. We are officially into bear market territory on the S&P 500. We are 500 of the strongest US companies. Come on, give me a break. इंडिया पूरा इंडिया मिला के एक एप्पल की बराबरी नहीं कर सकता है. It is not even 50% of Apple's turnover in a day. Where is India? There will come a time when the Nifty will turn, and it is going to turn in this month itself. People who are not paying attention are in for serious trouble, because one fine morning this market will suddenly open limit down 10%, 5%, 5% और ट्रेडिंग बंद. 20% एक दिन में गिर गया, खत्म, बंद करो. अब आप सेटलमेंट करते रहना और स्टॉप्स देखते रहना, आपका किधर है स्टॉप. कोई स्टॉप क्लियर नहीं होगा, कोई स्टॉप फिल नहीं होगा, and people will be stuck with options, with the stock in their hand, with positions in their hand on the wrong side. And what is this market setting up? I spent 40 years. This is classic behavior of the market. It threatens to go up. As I said before, bull market rallies are vicious and strong. If you don't have the conviction, sorry, bear market rallies are vicious and strong. If you don't have the conviction, the rallies in the bear market are going to kill every bear who's weak. So what has it been doing? It has only been shaking off the weak bears and transferring everything to the stronger bears. And distribution is clearly on public के पास. माल ही माल भरा है, सब जो बोलो, फ्रंट लाइन बोलो, मिड कैप बोलो, लो स्मॉल कैप बोलो, सब कुछ भरा पड़ा है. एक ही दिन में 2-3 ट्रेडिंग सेशन में सबका हाल खराब करके जाएगा. Mark my words, it's not very far. You should see it before by 22nd of October. Now, why do I base on this? There's a whole lot of time cycle calculations. One of the most vicious cycles is going to start anytime now. It should start anytime between today and Wednesday. So, if likely it has started in the US to right now, and if this cycle ends in the next 10 days, you are in for severe massacre. That's all.
Anand,
Aji,
in 2008,
yes,
the major problem creator was Unitech. It was in the index in Nifty,
yes, correct.
and it created a ruckus by falling a lot.
Yes, correct.
So, as you rightly said, this time it will be Adani. And one very important thing is today I did not see an avatar of a chartist. I saw an avatar of a learned person giving pointers to the public for their well-being. I think you shouldn't talk much about charts. You are a great speaker, Anand.
Oh, thank you,
Please.
sir. Thank you, sir. अब जो आता है बोलता जाता हूँ.
नहीं नहीं नहीं, लेकिन आपके पास नॉलेज है सब. अभी मेरे पास नॉलेज नहीं है इतना इतना चार्ट का वगैरह नॉलेज नहीं है, आता ही नहीं है. But having said that, you've done a good job today. Thank
Oh,
you
thank
so
you,
much.
sir. Thank you, sir.
और भाई कोई बोलिए ना, सवाल पूछिए, नहीं तो बंद कर देते हैं.
शरद सर, मैं तो बॉम्बे में ही रहता हूँ. आप श्रीनी को बोल रहे थे कब मिलना है. मैं मिलना चाह रहा हूँ आपसे, कभी भी आपके पास टाइम हो तो. नो हार्ड एंड फास्ट सर.
ये क्या करेंगे? और केतन भाई, हम आपको नहीं पहचानते,
बिल्कुल
हम
बिल्कुल
श्रीनी
सर.
को जानते हैं.
ओके, नहीं नहीं, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. आपका यू आर एब्सोल्युटली लॉजिस्टिक इन व्हाट यू आर सेइंग सर.
क्या बोलिए भाई.
Sorry, I had a question, Anand bhai, Sharad sir, if it's permitted.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's about options, the and futures and spot price. So there's this news clip which was doing the round saying September 2019 option volume. I don't even know if it's rupees or number of contracts, but doesn't matter. Is something like say one lakh. Agla saal September 2020, it's something like say 2 lakh. Then 21 it's 7 lakh, and September 22 it's 15 lakh options. Like this is a crazy increase. in option trading. Anand sir, आप और शरद भाई कल या परसों spaces में there was something about spot price deciding options or futures deciding spot price, etc. वो अगर आप, if you remember that, if you could explain that.
First, it is very basically it is very simple. What is a futures price? The futures price is not the price that anybody thinks that this should be the price. It is basically the cost of the stock plus interest rate for the whole month plus a little bit of intrinsic, the public perception of what could likely happen. Okay. So ultimately, agar aap dekho, in the beginning of the month, if you watch the Nifty futures, when the next month trading starts, there's a premium of about 30 to 40 rupees. When it comes to the last Thursday of the month, the future is settled at the closing price of Nifty. So what has happened? So when you make a futures contract, you are basically when you buy a future, you're basically making a contract with another person, which is where you are saying, I am willing to buy the share at this price on the last Thursday of the month, whatever be the closing price. If it is higher than that or lower than that, the higher than that, you get that extra money as a profit. If it's lower than that, you have to you are under a compulsion to buy that contract. So whatever difference is there is your loss. So it is considered to be settled at the closing price. तो अपने पास क्या होता है, एनालिसिस इज ऑन ओपन इंटरेस्ट इतना है, प्रीमियम इतना है, पुट कॉल रेशियो इतना है, वो है. But those are not things which actually decide the price of the option or decide the price of the future. The true price of anything is basically the spot price, not the price which is likely to be after a month, not the price today plus the interest. So if you, for example, if I want to sell, truly speaking, both these instruments, futures and options, were created to give people a hedge so that they can be safeguarded against unlikely activity in the market. But unfortunately, these instruments could also be traded, and because they could be traded at a margin, they have been used as a leverage, as a tool for leverage, and by just paying up a 15, 20, 30, whatever percentage of margin the exchange decides, you are controlling a larger number of shares till the end of the month. So whatever gains you are making in that is being traded. Otherwise, the future has got no practical value, zero, zilch. Only the stock has some value, whatever is the value which is given by the market as of today when it was trading. So, if there is huge premium in the Nifty, it means two things. Either somebody is aggressively bullish or people are just being euphoric and buying. Somebody has news and is willing to buy at a higher price, or people are just buying in a mad euphoria. If there is a discount, there it means that there is a fear in the market. It has got nothing to do with the spot price. Spot price ultimately will be dictated by the market cap of the 50 companies at the end of the day or every given second. Since it is calculated every second, we see a display of Nifty value on the chart, which by itself has no meaning again. It is just a market cap average that we are taking to call it an index. Does
And
that help?
Siri, one more thing. The figures you give about options, mark my words, it will end up in a turmoil disaster, and a lot of people, a lot of brokers blowing up. That's my forecast. And request to everybody, please don't dabble in options. Period.
Okay.
Actually, none of us know the composition of Nifty. What are the weightages? I speak in every space. Please, you don't know what you are buying or selling. Don't in. I option. Please, 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 please don't sell options. Okay.
Just a pointer more. See, Srini, earlier, I don't know, I don't remember when exactly it was changed. Earlier, whenever options were being traded, the 1 lakh crore, the 15 lakh crore, the mad numbers that are seen nowadays is a change in the calculation. Don't go by these numbers. These numbers are very misleading. Earlier, the premium was calculated as the total turnover. Now they calculate the strike price plus the premium as the total turnover. So, truly speaking, that turnover is not happening on the market. The taxes are being charged, everything is being charged, so they have included it in the turnover. So, it really doesn't make sense when you talk about India doing so many lakhs of crores of turnover today. It truly is not happening. The margin of money which is actually transacting is much, much, much less.
Okay, got it. So ये तो GMV accounting type हो गया from my e-commerce days. But
बस एवरी टाइम कुछ नया लेकर आते हैं, आपको कंफ्यूजन में डालते हैं एंड आपका पूरा कैलकुलेशन गड़बड़ हो जाता है, विच इज व्हाई आई नेवर पे अटेंशन टू these artificial ways of looking at the market. The true way of looking at the market is price and time, and these are the only two things which nobody can control.
so one implication from जो आपने अभी अभी बोला about I mean just 5 minutes back about markets need buyers at higher prices to keep the price going up. So
Yeah,
so
okay.
today if there were 1 lakh bakras willing to buy company XYZ at 1,000 rupees, tomorrow suppose they don't have money and the price comes to 900. If there's no buyer, if say S Naren of ICICI, who's a value guy, says नहीं मैं तो 800 रुपए में लेगा भाई, the price instantly goes to 800.
Correct, exactly.
And then OI, strike price, PE, put call ratio, ये सब गया कचरे में.
सब गया तेल लेने, उसका कोई वैल्यू
Got
है ही
you.
नहीं.
Got
See,
you, sir.
this is what I call the dynamics of a market top or a bottom. Market does not put a top because some wise Charlie comes and sells at that point. ये highest high है, मैं इधर बेचूंगा. जिसने बेचा वो उसका नसीब है, उसका luck है. It has just been a fluke. And the reason why anybody buys a share or any one of us invests as a trader or an investor or whatever it be, even the mutual fund, is because they are expecting this price will go up and I will be able to sell at a higher price. बाकी सब बकवास है. This is the bottom line of why you buy a share. You may analyze the market no end till the cows come home, and then next day when you go and sit in the market in the chart, if the market is doing something different, you will not execute your plan. You will still think two times, if I buy here, can I sell at a higher price? Only when you feel you will be able to sell at a higher price will you sell, will you buy. And only when you are afraid that this price which I'm seeing now ये दिखने वाला नहीं है, जब बेच के निकलो, till that fear comes in, you are not going to sell, which is exactly what is happening. People are buying today in the only hope that they will be able to sell at a higher price. वो जिस दिन वो hope टूटेगा, the last buyer will buy, and that will be the day the market puts in a top. The exact opposite is at the bottom. At the bottom, everyone's selling. There's a huge frenzy of selling. And when it comes down, the last seller would have sold. वहां कोई 30 मार खान नहीं आता है. 24 मार्च 2020 को कोई 30 मार खान नहीं था जो बोला यहां से मार्केट रिवर्स होकर ऊपर जाएगा. वो बाद में बकवास करना बहुत इजी है. 24 मार्च को मैंने किसी के मुंह से नहीं सुना यहां से ऊपर जाएगा मार्केट, इंक्लूडिंग yours truly. I was also caught for about 20 days there. So what happens is at that point in time, the last seller has sold. अब कोई बचा नहीं है lower ले जाने के लिए price. There is nobody left to sell. And market is a creature which has to be constantly active. अगर buyer seller नहीं है तो exchange will automatically match the next higher price or the lower price, and the trade will get executed. So वो execution होता जाता है continuously. So slowly the price starts increasing or decreasing, and that decrease or increase depending on the total approach of the market. If the majority are expecting it to go up, when the price comes down, they get into that fear, and it sets a cash 22 situation. नीचे गया तो मैं बेचूंगा, and that it snowballs into a big fall or a big rally. You need to understand this minor difference in the market. Without that, impossible to actually trade the markets.
Very useful, sir.
Srini, I'll add two bit of mine. In stock market functions on a theory, a bigger full theory. There is a bigger fool to buy from you. So that theory works in stock market. And secondly, I have noticed a lot of people think I am buying defensive. What nonsense. In times of trouble, if you buy defensive, you will be the biggest loser. So don't go for this defensive stuff and all that. It's to lure you to buying that shares. Hello? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Anand.
One more thing, there was someone who was talking about the rupee going up to 95, 96, 2 साल देंगे, ये साल देंगे. बस ऐसा सब मत करो, पब्लिक बहुत परेशान हो जाएगा. Issue is rupee, whenever it bounces off from a range bound area, the normal price movement is about 8 to 10%. This time it has bounced off from the 79-80 zone. Now the maximum that it will go from here, which has done historically done, is 86-50 के आसपास. इसका एक there should be a heavy selling coming in at around 86 rupees, which I had posted also on Twitter earlier, I think yesterday or day before. So we are not looking very high on the rupee dollar, but if you take the larger view, when you see what Nifty has been doing in comparison to the rupee, truly speaking, the dollar value of Nifty is really bad right now. You have moved all the way from 72, which it was, all the way to 82. You are about 15% weaker on the dollar. So, effectively speaking, for the foreign investor, he's already losing money. The minute there is a fear that India could come down, there will be humongous selling coming in. And this has happened before. Go back to 2004, 2005 chart of Nifty, you will see the exact same pattern repeating. What is not seen so far is the fall which came in 2004, 2005. ये आने वाला है आगे चल के. History repeats, patterns repeat, which I keep saying always. Everyone is warned. Be very careful. Circuit लगने वाला है, circuit लगने वाला है, circuit लगने वाला है. बहुत cautious रहना. नहीं लगा तो अच्छा है, लग गया तब क्या करोगे is the thought you need to look at.
Anand,
हाँ जी.
for the first time, I am disagreeing with you.
Okay.
When you said dollar rupee will stabilize around 86, because, no, hear me out, because the speed and the trajectory is very dangerous.
Yes, correct. Yes, correct.
No, let me finish. And the world situation is shitty. Okay, it's bad.
Yes.
I have never in my life, so many years, I have never seen such a bad situation world over. Everybody is scrambling, scampering, doing nothing about everything. It's really crazy. So I will resist from putting a number to dollar rupee. It can be 86, it can be 76, it can be 96. I don't know. But the trajectory and the velocity is too furious. Please.
शरद भाई, यू आर नेक्स्ट डोर, जुहू में ही रहते हो आप.
हाँ,
सैटरडे आता हूँ 11, संडे आता हूँ 11-12 बजे. अगर आप
आओ
ऑफिस में मिलोगे
आओ
तो
आओ.
कॉफी पिलाना, फिर पाइथागोरस थ्योरम समझाऊंगा आपको मार्केट का. देन यू
अरे
विल.
नहीं 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 नहीं. अभी ये उम्र में क्या सीखेगा भाई.
अरे सीखोगे, बहुत सिंपल है. आप जैसे तो आप तो मार्केट के माहिर हो, बस 2 मिनट में आपको समझ में आ जाएगा.
नहीं
फिर
नहीं
आप.
नहीं नहीं नहीं, वो पाइथा सी Anand, when I say I don't understand charts or anything, actually
आई नो.
I'm lying, but I know almost everything about charts. मैं देखता नहीं हूँ, अलग बात है, बट नहीं, वो छोड़ो ना बात. आप आ जाओ. लेकिन ये जो डॉलर रुपी का है ना, आई वोंट पुट अ नंबर. दैट्स व्हाट आई वाज सेइंग.
ओके. ओके.
एंड
वीकनेस तो आप भी देख रहे हो ना.
हाँ हाँ हाँ. नहीं
हाँ
नहीं
बस.
नहीं, आई एम सेइंग इट विल ओवरशूट.
हाँ, दैट्स पॉसिबल, दैट्स पॉसिबल.
नो सी, डॉलर रुपी, matlab, I have made a fortune in dollar rupee and I have lost a fortune in dollar rupee. I know how is to be played. Now, every year there is a depreciation of 4%. It's given a differential. Okay. So if you add up of all the years, it's easy for you to calculate. But another joker in the pack is the world situation, a dollar index. Yeah, was a so best ignore.
हाँ.
और और बेस्ट एक बात है, म्यूचुअल फंड है. ओके. इफ एनीबडी नोज द फिगर, वो कितना है, 20 लाख है या 30 लाख है, 30 लाख करोड़ है, पता नहीं है मुझे. एफआई का पता है 40 लाख करोड़ है. अभी म्यूचुअल फंड में समझो 30 लाख करोड़ है और वो 40 लाख, उसमें से 1-1.5 लाख बेचने को आएगा. वेर इज द डेप्थ. आज आप एसएनपी में हजारों कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स का सौदा कर सकते हैं. एक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट होता है, एक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का वैल्यू बहुत ज्यादा होता है और लाखों कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स होते हैं. अपने वहां निफ्टी में ट्रेड होता है, ओपन इंटरेस्ट चेंज नहीं होता है, तो पंटिंग ही होता है सिर्फ. तो ऐसे माहौल में अगर म्यूचुअल फंड पे 10 आदमी ने मिलके, 50 आदमी ने मिलके रिडेम्पशन डाला, who will buy those shares? Give me. आज रिलायंस का वॉल्यूम 35 लाख शेयर था. कितना? 35 लाख. इमेजिन. तो वी आर लुकिंग एट अ वेरी थीन मार्केट, वेरी वेरी थीन मार्केट, नो डेप्थ. और मार्जिनल रेट दिखा के बंद करवाता है, लास्ट में आता है ऊपर छाप के चला जाता है. सो कीप दिस इन माइंड. म्यूचुअल फंड सही है या गलत है, वो 12,000 पे पता चलेगा. बोलिए आनंद भाई, बोलिए.
बस आपने बोल दिया. What else to say? Most of the things I wanted to express I have said today.
नहीं, बट आज आपका जो स्पीच था ना, बहुत अच्छा था यार.
Oh, thank you, sir.
मतलब फर्स्ट टाइम आई अप्रिशिएटेड. नहीं तो खाली फोकट ये ना हो. I truly spoken like a market man.
कभी कभी गलती कर लेते हैं.
Yeah, Abhishek.
So I just wanted to reflect upon the kind of volatility that was there today in the markets. It was not just today, in the sense the past 3-4 days or whatever it's been. The kind of gap ups you've seen, I mean, 300-400 point ka gap up, I would think I've never seen in the market. I mean, as long as I've been there. But forgetting about the fact, I'm just thinking about the kind of moves that are happening these days. It's not by default, I can say that. It's by design. तो ये कोई ना कोई बैठ के कर रहा है. I don't know who that is. I don't know who it is. But that does not matter. It's by design. That's what I feel. कि अरे जस्ट थिंक अबाउट इट. मतलब कैंडल के ऊपर जाके 300 पॉइंट खुल रहा है नेट विद द इंटरनेशनल मार्केट्स फाइन. बट देन लुकिंग एट द फैक्ट दैट ठीक है यूएस मार्केट्स का हाई वाज व्हाट 37,000. इट्स नॉट 29,000. सो वहां से लेके बाउंस तो आना ही था. आई मीन दैट्स नॉट इट्स नॉट रॉकेट साइंस कि उतना आना था. बट देन द काइंड ऑफ मोमेंटम दैट वी हैव सीन अपना तो कहीं नहीं गया यार. 18,000 वाला कितना आया? 16,800 आया. That's nothing close to where the US markets have done. So I think this is the market where they are just trying to shake out the weakest bears, or even the strongest bears they're just trying to shake out. Okay, you just think about it. I mean, the kind of movements we've seen in the last 3-4 days, it's just crazy, just crazy. If you are still a bear, I don't know how many people are. Then if you stay put, I can definitely assure you there is a fucking ton of money to be made. That's for sure. यहाँ से लेकर. But then the entire deal is कि they will try to shake you out big time. You might have a drawdown or whatever it is. But then yeah, from here on, if you still stick on to stay a bear, then definitely you're gonna make ton of money. I know I'm not influenced by alcohol. I mean, I'm just saying it publicly. It's fine. But another for a fact कि ये तो जाने वाला है. Because price action itself is not very convincing at all. That's point number one. Apart from that, the kind of stocks that are moving the
Don't
index.
talk too much if you are drunk, please.
Sorry, sir. Over to you. Over to you. Sorry, sir.
Okay. Anybody else, or we'll wind up? And one request I have from Mukund. If you will send me a request, I will approve it. I don't see a request. तो अपने अभी वाइंड अप करते हैं. आज का ये सबसे वो क्या बोलते हैं, 1 घंटा 10 मिनट हुआ और खत्म हो रहा. वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड होगा.
समझ नहीं है सर.
आज सब मार्केट
इसकी
डाउन
वजह से
देखकर सब ठंडे पड़े. आज कोई बोल नहीं रहा है.
क्यों नहीं बोल रहा है? See, one thing I'll tell you about markets. Markets, they are not an essential item like food and all that. ठीक है ना, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? बढ़ता है, घटता है, लॉस होता है, प्रॉफिट होता है. हमेशा मुझे लॉस हुआ है, प्रॉफिट हुआ है. So I don't stop living. 3:30 I forget. ये तो part and parcel of the game है. Accept it and embrace it as nicely you can. Don't get bogged down by losses, profit, and I don't know. It's in the markets, it's your extra money that is at play. It's not your essential money at play. तो ठीक है यार, वो थोड़ा कम ज्यादा हो गया, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? वही खाना, वही पीना, वही जीना. And And believe me, one thing, India is not the only story in town, okay? अपने जैसा बहुत कंट्रीज है, मतलब इतना बड़ा नहीं है सब कंट्रीज, बट है. तो nothing is so special about us, please. वो बोलते हैं कि एयरलाइंस आर फुल. अरे भाई, तुम जाके देखो यूएस में लैंडिंग स्ट्रिप के ऊपर 10-10 प्लेन होते हैं लैंड करने को, या टेक ऑफ के लिए लंबा लाइन लगता है. तो वो सब जगह पे है. और इंडिगो, ये 400 रुपया नहीं हो जावे तो मैं नाक कटवा दूंगा. ये प्रमोटर ऊपर भाव रख के इतना माल बेचता है, कोई हिसाब नहीं है. और मजे का बात है, किधर जाता है? म्यूचुअल फंडों में जाता है. आपके गले में डाला जा रहा है सब कचरा पट्टी आपके गले में. और हाँ, मैं आज बोलना चाहता था, ये सब फंड मैनेजरों को EQIP, OFS या बल्डिल में लेने का पैसा मिलता है. Had too much of smoking, yeah. So आप लोग कुछ नहीं कर रहे हो, सिर्फ म्यूचुअल फंड मैनेजर को पैसे वाला बनाते हो. और फिर दोबारा दोहराता हूँ, 19 months उसके आगे कुछ नहीं था इंडिया में. प्लीज go home. Alright, you people are at home only, but have a look, reassess. And I am not a financial advisor. Neither I run any paid services or seminar, webinar, or कुछ भी. मैं I do spaces because I like, and I think whatever I have learned in this many years, I can share with you. And if something or the other clicks on your mind, it will be beneficial. It's just for the that you also become informed or whatever. And again, I am requesting you, ये रिस्पॉन्सेज में मत डालो बेवड़ा है, दारू पीता है, क्या फूकता है. अरे हम नहीं फूकता है भाई, हम दारू नहीं पीता है. Why demeaning? Why such language? और आपको एक बात बता दो, चलिए मेरा व्यू है 12,000 रहेगा. ये स्पेसिस में छोड़ के जितना भी सब होएगा ना, उससे ज्यादा शेयर मेरे पास है. आई एम एन एटर्नल बुल, ओके, बट टेम्पररी आई एम अ बेयर. सो डोंट थिंक एंड से हाँ तुमको तो जीरो मांगता है. नहीं यार, आई एम अ बुल. तेरे के
Sorry.
no problem. So I'm a bull. I have many shares. I have stakes in companies. Please don't, or you can say whatever you want. I cannot fuck. हाँ Abhishek, you wanted to say something?
Nothing, sir, nothing.
As you.
नमस्ते.
Namaste.
जैसे अभी आप ये प्रमोटर्स के बारे में बता रहे थे कि प्रमोटर मैनिपुलेट करते हैं प्राइस.
You can speak a bit louder.
हेलो
Yeah.
सर सर मैं वो प्रमोटर जो स्टॉक मैनिपुलेट करते हैं सर, आप जो भी कह रहे थे सर, मैं ये पूछ रहा था कि ये एक सस्टेनेबल थोड़ी ना होगा ये चीज की मैनिपुलेशन, मतलब ये
Ezio,
सर
1970 लेट्स से मैं देख रहा हूँ, हजारों कंपनी आया और चला गया, हजारों कंपनी आया और चला गया, तो इट इज नॉट सस्टेनेबल। और ये लोग का अरमान है वो पूरा हो जाएगा, ठीक है, बाद में ये लोग भी चले जाएंगे, ये दीपक नाइट्राइट, पीआई, फिर वो पोलीकैब, सब हवा में उड़ जाएंगे। नॉनसेंसिकल स्टॉक है।
डिक्सन सर, डिक्सन
उसका प्रमोटर जो है ना, उसका आप स्टोरी जानो, वो 2-3 बार फेल हुआ है, कुछ ओनिडा या कुछ मालूम नहीं क्या है, अभी नया अवतार में आ गया। अच्छा है ना, पब्लिक का पैसा खत्म होएगा।
सर, लेकिन मैं झूठ नहीं बोलूंगा सर, मैंने पैसा डिक्सन में ही कमाया है।
तो क्या हो गया?
मतलब मैंने बाय करा था उस टाइम पे, मतलब
नहीं
मेरे
नहीं,
को
एक मिनट
तो
एक मिनट एक मिनट एक मिनट, ऐसे हो, अगर आपने लेके कमाया, इट डजंट मीन कि कंपनी अच्छा हो गया। ओके, हाँ,
राइट सर, राइट सर।
तो तुम ओडीएचएफएल में भी लेके कमाया, हाँ, यस बैंक में भी कमाया, इट डजंट मीन कि अच्छा हो गया। ओके,
एब्सोल्यूट।
और बताओ।
अभी भी
Sir,
सर
but
बस आपकी
one
बातों
thing
से
about
उम्मीद हो जाती है कि मतलब जो भी जो 40 रुपए वाले, 50 रुपए वाले जो स्टॉक जो 600-700 हो गए, उनकी उम्मीद हो रहती है कि वो नीचे आ जाएंगे वापस।
I wouldn't say all of them, but yes, most of them, yes.
सर एटलीस्ट 50% करेक्शन तो आएगा ही ना सर, मतलब 40 से 500 हुए हैं।
अरे, as you very honestly ना, my field is FNO, मुझे ज्यादा मालूम नहीं रहता है बीओ,
नहीं सर,
बट
इंटेलेक्ट डिजाइन जैसे एफएनओ का ही है।
ठीक है ना यार, वो प्रमोट, सी ऑलवेज गो ऑन द प्रमोटर, वो अरुण वो कुमार है, समझा?
यस सर,
वो पहला वो पोलारिस में था शायद, आई थिंक।
यस सर, पोलारिस।
हाँ, तो leopard never changes its whatever it, वो ठीक है यार, क्या 500 में क्या बेचेगा ना क्या मिलेगा, ऐसा ही था आबान लॉयड। ओके, आबान लॉयड 7,000 हुआ, 7,000, आज किधर है मालूम भी नहीं किसी को। उस टाइम आबान 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 हो रहा था, एक गाबान हो गया। तो वो आबान में भी जिसने 1,000 में लिया था ना, उसने पैसा बनाया। ओके,
I still remember Sharad bhai during Harshad time. उस टाइम में तो मैं तो बच्चा था। ये कोई भी not during Harshad time, during 2000, during the .com boom, anything which had software would sell for next day upper circuit, next day upper circuit. It used to be madness. So there was a company which was making underwear, so undergarments, like so he listed his company with software, and वो भी तो अपर सर्किट लगता था। दिस इज एग्जैक्टली व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इवन राइट नाउ। पब्लिक को मालूम भी नहीं है कंपनी क्या कर रहा है। इट्स द सेम रिपीट एवरी बुल रन, इट इज द सेम रिपीट ऑफ द अर्लियर बिहेवियर, एंड हाउ एवरीवन एंड्स इज ऑलवेज अ विशियस रोना धोना। अभी तो इस बार तो इट हैज बीन एक्सट्रीम। I want to see how many will actually sustain when this market completes its correction.
No, Anand bhai,
Huh.
I disagree with you there
Okay.
because this time it is different.
Acha. Okay. Yes, of course it's different. मेरे लिए तो different है.
And another thing is, जितना अपना मार्केट कैप है वो हिसाब से वॉल्यूम है ही नहीं अपना.
बराबर बराबर ट्रू.
तो क्या होता है कि आपको लेने का है टाइटन 13 लाख डिलीवरी हुआ आज तो 140 रुपया ऊपर.
बराबर बराबर.
अभी 4 लाख बेचने का है तो 200 रुपया निकल जाएगा.
करेक्ट करेक्ट.
So what I'm trying to say is markets are very thin markets and there is forced buying, a compulsive buying, not everybody is buying.
Oh, I don't know if you heard me talk about the volumes of India and the US.
No,
Comparative volumes. You have not. Okay, this is quite. I think I don't remember exactly about a year back or so. If you take the entire volume of BSE, NSE, NSE F&O, MCX, MCX SX, and all the regional exchanges in the country, add them all together, multiply it by 2.2, you will get the volume per day of only Apple alone in the US. That is the market, mother of all markets. And bigger than Apple, bigger than all of this is the euro dollar market. So we are nowhere, we are not even 0.1% of what they are doing. We just want to be patriotic. We want to talk so much about our depth and so many people investing. We just don't even figure anywhere. कहाँ अपना मार्केट बहुत छोटा मार्केट है. अगर कोई 25,000 करोड़ लेकर आया मेरे को डंप करना है आज तो एक दिन में सर्किट लग जाए मार्केट में. There's no depth in this market.
नहीं मैं झूठ नहीं बोलूंगा. मेरे पास में मिनिमम 30 डीमेट अकाउंट होंगे मेरे नाम पे. तो क्या अभी ठीक है यार ये डीमेट अभी डीमेट अकाउंट है तो उसे क्या होता है. 20 लाख डीमेट अकाउंट होल्डर्स है. गुड. एक डीमेट अकाउंट होल्डर बोलता है आज मेरे को 20,000 का माल बेचने का है. सब लोग गुल गायब. ये नॉनसेंसिकल बात है. आप बोलते आपने आपने होटल्स आर फुल, एयरलाइंस आर फुल, फिर ऑल डेस्टिनेशन मॉल्स आर फुल. अरे यार उसका और शेयर बाजार का क्या कनेक्शन है.
बस अभी एक्चुअल हकीकत दिखाता हूँ बॉम्बे का. यू नो आई एम डूइंग अ वर्कशॉप नेक्स्ट मंथ. मैं 350 रूम वाला होटल ढूंढ रहा हूँ. Not 350 public, 175 room hotel with a ballroom capacity of 400 people. पूरे बॉम्बे में 4 है. You cannot have seating capacity. I mean, seated. You may have a ballroom which can hold 1,000 people, but only standing. But seating capacity to do, there are not even hotels in India. If you want 500 rooms in a hotel, गिने चुने 2 ही होटल है पूरे बॉम्बे में जहाँ पे 500 कमरे एक होटल में मिलते हैं आपको. Go to Vegas, go to Macau, go to any of this, go to even Malaysia. एक होटल में 6,000 कमरे मिलेंगे आपको. Where are we? We just don't compare. Yes, we are a growing nation, developing nation. A lot of it is there. But that patriotism which people talk about, I am also patriotic. I have not given up my Satyameva Jayate wala passport, in spite of having so many opportunities. But truly speaking, you have to understand the depth and magnitude of India. It is not as big as everyone says. The only biggest thing we have is a population. पैसा
Um,
नहीं है, क्वालिटी नहीं है अपने पास. But
uh,
ठीक है.
I had read somewhere the hotel rooms in India, total hotel rooms, are suppose 1,000. Suppose so, Dubai itself has 900.
Correct.
क्या बोलेगा? What? So I don't know. और 80 crore people को तो मुफ्त में खाना देते हैं. Okay, anyway, that's another story. नीलेश भाई, वो आप कुछ टिप्पणी देना चाहोगे क्या?
So can I speak?
Yes.
I was just thinking about the kind of movement that we've had in the last 2 months. I think everyone has been made to believe that buying the dip itself is going to make money. Nothing else is going to make money at all. Last 2 months में यही हो रहा है कि you just look at it. Every dip you buy, you made money, no matter what stock it is or what index it is. I think that's the sign of things कि ये जाने वाला है. Of course, we will think like that, but people will say not like that. हाँ, but वो तो सही है. Because they've seen money that way. Ki you buy, let's say, ITC or you buy whatever stock it is, you just keep buying and every day you made money. I think that's one thing. That's one indicator that I've been following. Apart from that, just the kind of the volumes itself. This Nifty volume itself is like 200 million, and the average volumes over the past 3 months have been around 400, and the last 15 days it's been 200 million average. And that's nothing I would say compared to, and in spite of what Anand Acharya also told कि leverage के हिसाब से अगर तुम देखोगे तो 200 मिलियन का तुम 1/5 करो कितना होता है? In terms of money terms, it's not more than 5,000 crores. That's what it is. I think any big broker खरीद लेगा उतना. Not a big deal at all. And apart from that, economic conditions, if you see tourism and travel industry, I would agree कि खतरनाक चल रहा है. The last 2 months, 3 months, the revenge tourism thing is back, and hotels are full. You could see that in tourism places as well. You go to Goa, you can see सब भरे हुए हैं. Even in the northeast or north also, I mean the Himachals and all, you can see that हर जगह भरे हुए हैं. And that is revenge tourism because they have no other avenues to spend, and they're just sick of being home. And that's what's been happening. No matter what savings they have, I think that's what they're all spending. Consumption wise, if you look at FMCG numbers, in fact, the other day, HUL CEO came out and said the kind of pressure we've been seeing in the last 2 months, it's unprecedented. I think that's the word he's used. That's a bad sign, and then he's comparing it to the last 10 15 years. And India's a growing economy, but that way, if you see now, he, yeah, Anantacharya, you want to
No, I didn't say anything.
sorry. I thought your mic was on, तो मेरे को लगा कुछ बोल रहे हो. Sorry.
Oh,
No problem. हाँ, तो yeah, I think that's about it. Thanks.
बस अभिषेक एक बात बोलता हूँ. If you have made money buying the dips, I have made money shorting the rallies. So truly speaking, this market has really given money to people who have been patient enough to either wait for the dip or wait for the rallies. दोनों ने पैसा बनाया.
Completely agree with you. Completely agree with you.
मैं 18,600 से बेचता आ रहा हूँ. हर बार रैली आता है, मेरा वो ट्रेंड चेंज रेट आता है, मैं बेचता हूँ. मेरा ट्रेंड चेंज आता है. My last selling was on 24th of September. तो वहां पे भी टॉप आया. So it's not that people have not made money. Lot of traders have made money. But see, the retail public, most of them are these days caught in buying and selling of options. Why? Because they think it is cheap and it's an easy trade. आउट ऑफ द मनी ऑप्शन बेच दो 2 रुपए में, वो मिल जाता है कुछ ना कुछ. वो 2 रुपया 2 रुपया 2 रुपया. When you look at the some of the profit statements on Twitter, मेरे को डर लगता है. Someone was selling 1100 lots of Nifty. 1100 लॉट निफ्टी का अगर आप बेचोगे तो मार्जिन कितना है है आपके पास. नंबर वन. सेकेंड थिंग इज, गॉड फॉरबिड वन डे it opens in the wrong direction, or intraday also it suddenly changes its mood and decides to go down 2 3 4% in a single day, then क्या होगा? So they are not factoring the black swan. The option writing and option buying, mein, this is the biggest. Option buying is still not that risky. Option selling, mein, this is the biggest risk. They seem to make money for a long time, prolonged time. Market आपको 2%, 3%, 2%, 4%, 2%, 4% देता रहता है, और एक झटके में अगर पिछले 2 साल का पैसा प्लस मोर खींच के ले जाएगा. एंड जो प्रॉफिट बना है वो घर में जाके सेफ्टी में नहीं रहा. That gets blown away. People spend it. So what happens is, when they eventually lose that money, because the market will balance the account. वो मेरा एक और एक theory, how does the market balance the account? But when the market balances the account, उस दिन आपके घर से पैसा ले जाएगा, क्योंकि प्रॉफिट ने तो आपने उड़ा दिया है.
See, this lucrativeness itself is the most dangerous thing, is what I feel. Lucrativeness. ये जो अभी हो रहा है ना. But this is the main problem with being bearish as of now, is lack of follow through, and that's what's been observed since the last 3 4 months. See, I think there's one marked difference between the what we've seen since 2021 of October, right? That's when the top was hit. So those times, what I have also observed is key in terms of technicals as well. Key, it's been a very orderly fall since the last 3 times that we've seen 16 800 या जो भी नीचे का लेवल था, वो नीचे का लेवल फॉलो हो रहा था, but that was a very orderly fall. This time it's been a very very inconclusive, indecisive. मतलब ऐसा है कि हर बार जाके उठा लेता है, and that is a very dangerous sign, is what I feel. Yeah, I think you also noticed the difference कि last 3 falls में जो हुआ है from 18,500 600 whatever the level was, वहाँ से लेके जो नीचे गया है, it was very orderly fall in terms of the kind of price action we've seen. And इस बार जो हुआ है ना, it's just very very disorderly कि कहीं से भी घुमा देता है. In fact, the kind of gap up that we had seen on Tuesday, that was the biggest sign for me. It's very disorderly.
Okay. See, there are two things to observe here to draw a conclusion. Whenever markets go extremely volatile, please understand, and you don't really need to look at the volumes. You don't need to look at anything. You can immediately say this market is getting narrower and narrower, because a slow and steady market is an indicator that there is wide participation. When there is a huge group, the volatility will be very less. When the group is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, the volatility gets very high. So what is happening right now, the number of buyers which are coming at every rally in the market is actually lessening. So that's another one of those hidden messages which the market gives you. So volatility is not just a factor of volatility itself; it gives other meanings also, and one of that is the breadth of the market. Breadth, I mean, do not mean the number of stocks and number of instruments traded. It is the number of people actually participating.
I think it's repetitive with the kind of stocks that we are seeing that are going up now.
वो तो गजब ही है.
मतलब आलतू फालतू स्टॉक्स ले लो, इंडिया बुल्स हाउसिंग फाइनेंस ऐसा वाले, इसको ले लो, पैसा बनेगा.
That reminds me, India Bull Housing Finance at one point of time was 1400 or 1500. So we don't have to go far to find such bubbles. हाँ नीलेश भाई बोलिए.
Good evening, Sharad bhai. Good evening, everyone. तो टॉपिक बहुत अच्छा है, अक्टूबर का किलर। मैंने पहले जो बोला है वही है सर, वो कोई स्टैंड में चेंज नहीं है। 23 अक्टूबर तक जो भी है ये अपने को प्रॉब्लम दिखेगा, और उसके बाद कैसे टर्निंग होती है वहां से आके 6-7 सप्ताह पूरे हो जाएंगे हमारे जो साइकिल के है वो, और फ्रॉम देयर वो एक स्पिन पॉइंट होगा कैसे मूव करते हैं हम लोग। बट ओवरऑल सर व्हाट वी कैन सी इज 17,500 तोड़ा, 17,400, अभी 20-30 बनाया था, तो लोअर लोअर लोज बनाते जा रहा है। और आजकल मैं देख रहा हूँ हर टीवी चैनल पे ये इंडिया स्टोरी बेच रहे हैं, जो ठीक है लंबे इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए इट में बी ओके, डीकपलिंग है, लेकिन जो वेटरन इन्वेस्टर्स है उन लोगों को पता है सर 3-4 महीने तक ये चला है पहले, और पता नहीं क्या इवेंट आएगा, क्या हो जाएगा। टिल वी डोंट क्रॉस 18,100 तो इट वुड बी जस्ट अ ट्रेडिंग मार्केट। 18,000 15,000 तक ऐसे ही ट्रेडिंग मार्केट चलते रहेगा। और जैसे आपने भी कहा है शरद भाई, 15,200 टूटेगा तो मैं पहला बेचूंगा, वो हिसाब से ये बार भी नया लो लगेगा, मे बी 14,600 700 पे। आज भी देखा मेरा एक ऑयल का प्रिडिक्शन था वो रॉन्ग गया है, टाइटन का मेरा प्रिडिक्शन गया वो रॉन्ग गया है। तो हमने भी जूते खाए हैं, चप्पल खाई है, ऐसे नहीं है हमारा सब सही जाता है। टाइटन पे भी मैं शॉर्ट था, बट मैंने एक बार एसएल करके मेरा शांति से बैठते हैं, मंडे ट्यूसडे को देखेंगे। बट व्यू जो है मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि नेगेटिव है। और आज यूएसडी आईएनआर देखो वापस नए लेवल्स पे जा रहा है वो, 82 हाफ मैंने लास्ट देखा था, 82 60 70 देखा था, वो प्रोबब्ली 84 85 का लेवल्स आगे होगा वो। वीक ऑन वीक क्लोज जब तक उसका पॉजिटिव है वीक ऑन वीक क्लोज, तब तक ये एफआई आज 2500 करोड़ का माल बेच के गया। पता नहीं क्या बेचा है उसने, लेकिन कुछ तो बेचा है आज, टुकड़े टुकड़े करके भी बेचा होगा। एक टाइटन 5% ऊपर था, उसने बाजार को टिका के रखा था, अदरवाइज बजाज ट्विंस ये वो सब सेलिंग में ही था सर। तो आई एम नॉट हैप्पी विद दिस काइंड ऑफ मूव्स व्हाट आर हैपनिंग। ओ अगर चलना है तो जोर से चलो, मरना है तो जोर से मरो। ये ऊपर नीचे 200 पॉइंट डिंग डोंग रोज होता है, क्या मजा नहीं आता है सर। यही बोलना है सर।
बात तो बराबर है, बट ठीक है ना, आप इंडेक्स लेवल का बात करते हो।
हाँ सर,
लोगों के घर में स्टॉक्स होते हैं,
बराबर सर।
इंडेक्स नहीं होता है।
हम्म
तो जितने सारे स्टॉक है,
हम्म
और एक बात ध्यान में रखना, मतलब जो भी अच्छे शेयर है वो कम ज्यादा घट जाएंगे
वो बात
या
बराबर है।
थोड़ा स्टडी रहेगा। लेकिन ये चिंकू पिंकू स्टॉक है ना सब, ये पीआई और वो पोली कैप, दीपक,
हम्म,
ऐसा सब चिंकू पिंकू, दे विल आफ्टर 3-4 years दे विल बी इन oblivion। वो वो किसी को मालूम भी नहीं रहेगा। ये मैं हकीकत बताता हूँ। और जिसके पास में भी ये शेयर है ना, वो मेरे को गाली मत देना भाई। आप रखो, संभाल के रखो, हैच इट, sit in your demat account every day and cry. What is stock market? ये जेन्युइन कंपनीज ले, जेन्युइन कंपनीज बेचो। एक क्या है ये, व्हाट नॉनसेंस इज दिस। वो पोली के वायर बनाता है, उसमें 60,000 करोड़ मार्केट कैप हो सकता है क्या? 60,000 करोड़ या जो भी है, एक वायर बनाने वाली कंपनी को।
सर ये
और
टाइप का रिजल्ट
बोला
बहुत खराब आएगा, पॉलीकैप
हाँ,
का रिजल्ट ये टाइम का बहुत खराब आएगा, बहुत ही गंदा आएगा ये टाइम का रिजल्ट।
अच्छा नहीं नहीं वो छोड़ो।
हम्म
I'll take back you in history.
यस सर,
एक एजुकेशन का कंपनी था, एजुकॉम करके, एजुकॉम,
यस सर, पता है।
वो बढ़ के 3200 हो गया, 3200, हाउ मच, 3200।
यस सर, वो मैडनेस था तब तो।
आज वो डिलिस्टेड या जो भी मालूम नहीं क्या है।
हाँ,
ये यूनिटेक था, इंडेक्स में आया, 600 का भाव हुआ था, आज 1 रुपया है। सुजलॉन निफ्टी में था, रिलायंस पावर निफ्टी में था, रिलायंस इंफ्रा, रिलायंस कैपिटल, प्रसाद, ये जेपी एसोसिएट निफ्टी में था, फिर
सर
ये औरो
इंडिया
फार्मा
बुल्स
था।
भी इंडिया बुल्स भी निफ्टी में था, इंडिया बुल हाउसिंग सर।
हाँ, तो प्लीज ये निफ्टी में जो स्टॉक है उसको आईएसआई मार्क मत समझो। और मैं तो ये बोलता हूँ, आपके भले के लिए, मेरा भले के लिए, एमएनसी स्टॉक ही लो, ज्यादा नहीं गिरेंगे, आपका पैसा सेफ रहेगा। और एक बड़ी बात है, आज का जो बिहेवियर रिलायंस का था, जैसे वो कोई मिड कैप का हालत है वैसा भी नहीं था, उसे खराब हालत था। तो नाउ लोग रिलायंस भूल रहे हैं, और भूलिएगा मत, ये भी 10-15 दिन में रिजल्ट आएगा। तो मैंने एक ट्वीट डाला था कि रिलायंस 1700 है। ये बाप रे बाप, क्या गाली पड़ा मेरे को। मैं बोला ठीक है यार, मेरा ओपिनियन है, क्या है, आई एम एंटाइटल्ड टू माय ओपिनियन। इंडिया इज अ फ्री कंट्री, बट द पॉइंट बीइंग नोबडी इज विलिंग टू एक्सेप्ट। ये अभी मैंने yesterday या परसों एक एक पोल डाला था कि निफ्टी का एक्सपायरी उस 16,200 या कुछ ऐसा आएगा।
हाँ,
3-4 जन बोला हाँ, हो सकता है। बाकी सब लोग 18,500, 17,500, 17,800। So it shows, and why do I do this poll? It's not that I'm interested in anybody's opinion, just to assess what people are thinking. So everybody except for who have commented, around 36 people are bullish. So 32 bullish, or 4 people are bearish.
राइट।
This ratio, Anand Bhai, what does it say? Anand Bhai,
Haji, sorry, I was not listening. Sorry, I was not listening. I was
yeah,
caught
I
somewhere else.
I put in a poll uh, where I said Nifty will, the expiry will be 16,000 or 200 below or above. I received too many votes, but in the comment section, 36 people commented. 4 people agreed, and 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 32 people, 17,500, 18,500, 18,100, 17,200 ऐसा. So what do you make of it?
See, if you actually take a poll, you will always see that 80% of the people are always want the market to go up. Because उनको ये concept of short selling or making money while the market goes down, ये समझ में नहीं आता है. What I think is basically, if so many people are saying that the market is going up, it there's basically inherently there is a lot of bullishness in the market, but there is no growth to justify that kind of bullishness. अभी सिर्फ ब्लाइंड फेथ रह गया है और होप रह गया है और कुछ नहीं है. अब किसी को बोलो तो बुरा लगता है तो वो झगड़ा करने आ जाता है. Whereas मार्केट ऊपर जाता है या नीचे जाता है, आपको और मेरे को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, because we know ultimately this is the never ending story. What is there today is bound to be different tomorrow, and what is tomorrow is bound to be different day after tomorrow. तो वो मेच्योरिटी आके ट्रेडर तभी पैसा बनाएगा. Others are most of the time they just caught, they are reacting to the market, and people definitely majority of them just want the market to go up unidirectional. उनको कभी correction, balance, return to mean ये समझ में आता ही नहीं है.
I suppose the main reason is accessibility to the market. It's so easy to log in and trade. So every Tom, Dick, and Harry is doing it, including a lot of housewives and all that. Nothing wrong in it, but they don't know the basic fundamentals of our market. So ultimately, they burn their heads.
और सर जी, मेरे घर पे चौकीदार जो है सिक्योरिटी वाला, उसके पास भी डिमैट अकाउंट है, उसने भी शेयर में इन्वेस्ट किया. अब क्या बोले, बोलो. उसने उसने मेरे को बोला, साहब मैंने 10,000 रुपया बनाया पिछले महीना. अब क्या बोलूं, क्या बोलूं. That is what it has become. It has become a big fad. What happened with Bitcoin? अभी कोई Bitcoin बात ही नहीं करता है. When it was at 60,000, people were talking 1 lakh हो जाएगा, ये हो जाएगा, तेरे को क्या मालूम. When I was saying at 60,000 बहुत ज्यादा हो गया, इसको बेच दो, कोई नहीं सुना. So how much did India as a country lose? We lost 10 lakh crores in Bitcoin. हाँ, तो where are the Bitcoin guys today? Nobody is there. खत्म हो गया. Bitcoin का एडवर्टाइजमेंट ही बंद हो गया. Except those binary options which still comes, which is still a international one. वो उसने अपना सेटअप बना रखा है, तो वो खींच रहा है अभी तक. बट इंडिया में कौन है? There hardly anyone left. So every fad, everything in the market, extreme जाने के बाद में तो आप भी जानते हो, हम भी जानते हैं, इतना देखा है. There is no this time it will be different. People will say this time it is different. अभी जब कोलैप्स आएगा, this time it will be different. देखते हैं कैसे different है. 86, 82, 83 डॉलर. मालिक, when you travel international, आंसू निकलते हैं 83 पे डॉलर में रूम रेंट देने में, होटल का रेंट देने में, होटल बुकिंग करने में पसीने नहीं छूट जाते हैं. अरे इसी होटल में 5,000 रुपए में ठहरा था, आज 9,000 रुपए देना पड़ रहा है. Plus inflation has also hit, so the price has also gone up. It is like, it's bad situation. Similar to this, I know in 2008, I used to do a lot of seminars and workshops in Australia. Australian dollar, which used to trade at 50 cents, 50 US cents would buy a Australian dollar. तो उस टाइम पे क्या होता था, across the world there used to be an equation, $100 to $120 you get a 5-star hotel room for one night. But the Aussie dollar went from 50 cents to a dollar to almost equality to US dollar. 96 तक पहुंच गया था. Okay. At that time उनका inflation इतना बढ़ गया था कि what they did was, because of the inflation, they increased the price in the hotel rooms. I'm just giving an example. See how the inflation hits. And a room which used to be being quoted at 200 Aussie dollars in 2007 and 2008 was suddenly, 2007 was suddenly being quoted at 350 Aussie dollar when Aussie dollar was equal to US dollar. So वो जो रूम है जो 5,000 रुपए में मिलता था, वो सडनली 20,000 का हो गया. So all these forex valuations, how things change, people have no idea, because we live in a very cocooned country in India. रुपए ट्रेड करते हो, रुपए में लेते हो, रुपए में बेचते हो. You're not seeing the effect that this inflation will bring in the next 6 to 8 months. Inflation in the US is going to hit you. Inflation in Europe is going to hit you in India. Inflation anywhere in the world is going to hit you in India, and it is going to hit you in multiples, not in just a small number. These are all things which are there. Writing is there on the wall. पर सुनेगा कौन? उनको सिर्फ आज का नंबर निफ्टी का 17,300 दिखता है. इसने 16,200 पे बोला था और नीचे जाएगा, आज 17,300 हो गया। बस इतना ही दिखता है, आगे चल के क्या होगा कल किसने देखा। So there is something in Greek mythology. There is a curse. It is called the Cassandra's curse. Just whoever who can tell you about the future, he also has a curse with him that nobody will believe him when he is telling the truth. And जब people believe him, whatever he says does not happen. That's called the Cassandra complex. वही होता है every time. People don't realize. So better not to say. Explain, share, whatever. If somebody understands, fine. If they don't understand, that's their funeral.
No, Cassandra curse, whatever. I maintain officially it will be 12,000. But deep down, I know what it will become.
See,
Okay.
looking at the Dow today, the
नहीं
way
नहीं 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 नहीं, मत बोलना अनंत, हाथ जोड़ता हूँ
आज
कि
ठीक
वो ट्रोलिंग होएगा अभी।
ठीक
मैं क्या बोलता हूँ कि ये जो आप ऑस्ट्रेलिया का बोला ना रूम का,
हाँ
उससे एक एक एंगल याद आया मेरे को कि अभी डॉलर रुपी 82.5 है, समझो 85 हो गया। डू यू नो हाउ expensive our personal life will become?
I can see it. I
Forget,
have already
forget about the markets. I care two hoots for the markets. But my life, how expensive it will be? Has anybody thought about it? Lelo beto. No, that's not life. Life is living. Life is enjoyment. Life is crying. Life is smoking, coughing, whatnot. So the point is, our petrol prices will be up. Everything will be up. Then what shall we do? It will bring down the demand. Demand will be down. What will happen? Profits will shrink. So I'm just making a point which is very, very simple, but mostly I think we will have big problems in our life. Yes,
Sharad
Bali.
Sharad bhai, there is one Akshay Chinchalkar in the group. उनको बुलाओ.
नहीं नहीं,
He,
उसको बोलो ना, रिक्वेस्ट भेजो ना भाई।
अक्षय भाई सुन रहे हो तो रिक्वेस्ट भेजो ना शरद को. We would love to hear your words too.
नहीं, तब तक ये बर्लिन भाई को बोलने दो। अक्षय चिंचल कर, चलो इनवाइट भेजा। बोलिए बर्लिन भाई, बोलिए। अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ। दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम। बोलिए ना बर्लिन भाई।
सर्वेंद्र रिक्वेस्ट भेजो ना.
ओह सरेंद्र भाई।
May I, if anyone saying nothing?
हाँ बोलिए ना, बोलिए बोलिए।
Anand, so while we talk and the way you said circuit lagega, circuit lagega, circuit lagega, I see SGX is down 200 points. And are you doing this on Monday? Just a question.
No, I am not ready
छोड़िए,
to give out
नहीं नहीं नहीं
yeah?
नहीं 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 नहीं, प्लीज प्लीज अवॉइड सच क्वेश्चंस।
No.
Sorry
ओपन टू
about this.
ट्रोलिंग, ओपन टू ट्रोलिंग, वो छोड़ो। मिस्टर बर्लिन बोलिए ना। चलिए, नहीं बोलना है। आइए सर्वेंद्र जी, आप आए बाहर, आई आप आए बाहर, आई बोलिए बोलिए।
अरे सर, आपके राज में भारी वार रहती है। हम तो आए, अभी जस्ट घर पहुंचा, मैंने कहा देखे आपका स्पेस चालू हुआ तो मैंने ज्वाइन किया। आज तो नया, आज तो इंडियन मार्केट में एक नया अध्याय, मेरे हिसाब से तो एक नया अध्याय चालू हो गया है। आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी पीपल विल अग्री टू दैट, बट एक नया अध्याय चालू हो गया है अपने बाजारों में।
नहीं यार, ये गुरुवार को ही वो 16,820 का कट आया था, वो क्यों भूल जाते हो आप?
नहीं, वो नहीं बोल रहा हूँ मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ सर, आज फर्स्ट फ्राइडे ऑफ एवरी मंथ, नाउ देयर विल बी ब्रोकर लेट, क्योंकि सबके पैसे वापस करने हैं तो सब जगह धंधा होएगा। मतलब फर्स्ट फ्राइडे ऑफ एवरी मंथ प्रॉब्ली ऑल द ब्रोकर्स विल, जिनके भी पास कैश क्रेडिट्स हैं, ब्रोकर उनको कुछ ना कुछ माल दिलाएंगे, क्योंकि इस धंधे का एक उसूल है कि क्लाइंट का पैसा अगर वापस चला जाता है तो फिर आता नहीं है। सो आई थिंक अब ये एक नया ड्रामा चालू हो गया। अब हर हर फर्स्ट फ्राइडे को एक नया ड्रामा, थर्सडे को एक्सपायरी, फ्राइडे को ये, और मजा करो और वॉलेटिलिटी, खेलो इंडिया खेलो। आज से चालू हो गया। 24,000 करोड़ का माल लिया होगा, मतलब रिटेल को दिला के जिसके पैसे वापस नहीं होंगे, एटलीस्ट ब्रोकर लेड बाइंग होगी कम से कम 10-12 हजार करोड़ की ब्रोकर लेड बाइंग होगी इन बॉन्ड्स और व्हाटएवर इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स। लेकिन पैसे आज बहुत बाजार में, ब्रोकर लोगों ने पैसे बहुत लगवाए हैं आज सबके।
सर्वेंद्र भाई
जी,
I have a doubt, so I'm asking you. I don't know. Is it a permanent feature? Every month it will happen.
यस, आज से सभी की मंथली सेटलमेंट, ब्रोकर हैज टू मेक द क्लाइंट अकाउंट जीरो। अगर क्रेडिट है तो उसको देना है या उसको माल लेना है। तो अब आप सोच लो, कौन सा ब्रोकर चाहेगा कि कुछ ना कुछ डिलीवरी का कॉल निकाल के वो लोग बाय कराएंगे ही कराएंगे। अब हर फ्राइडे को, फर्स्ट फ्राइडे ऑफ एवरी मंथ, अब एक नया ड्रामा चालू हो गया। एक तो थर्सडे को एक्सपायरी होगी और ब्रोकर लोग का फ्राइडे को ड्रामा चलेगा कि कैसा भी करके अकाउंट को जीरो करने का है, ये करने का है, क्लाइंट को ये दिलाओ, वो दिलाओ, ये बिकवाओ, वो बिकवाओ। पूरे दिन वही धमाल चलेगा, हर महीने चलेगा धमाल फर्स्ट फ्राइडे को।
नहीं, I don't agree with you. और ड्रामा वामा थोड़ी है यार, ये तो जरूरी है। कितने लोग का पैसा बर्बाद होता है।
आई एग्री सर, आई एग्री, बट ब्रोकर इंटरेस्ट भी तो देखो, ब्रोकर क्यों चाहेगा। तो वही है।
नहीं, लेकिन आप बताओ ना, वो ब्रोकर तो बोलेगा कि उड़ी मार दो, जंप मार दो, तो क्लाइंट जंप मारने को तैयार है। ठीक है, उसका नसीब है।
हाँ, वो तो अब देखो, वो तो आई एग्री कि वो तो उसका नसीब है, बट ठीक है, मैं कह रहा हूँ सब जगह नहीं होएगा, बट काफी कुछ अब ये भी एक नया एक्साइटमेंट चालू हो गया है, ऐसा आज सुनने में मिला।
अच्छा, वेरी गुड। और सर बताइए।
और तो सर देखो, आप रुपया 82 के ऊपर टिक गया है, लोग समझ नहीं रहे हैं, बट रुपया 80 के ऊपर टिक गया है। बॉन्ड यील्ड कम होनी नहीं है। डाउ का 2-4 दिन का बाउंस था, वापस चुकना शुरू हो गया। सो अपना तो गेम प्लान सर वही है, रोज रोज तो चेंज करते नहीं, आपको भी मालूम है, आपके ही शागिर्द है। तो अगला 40 दिन तो खराब है, उसमें 10 दिन निकल गया, अगला 30।
एक मिनट
जी,
ये जो आप एक पॉइंट बोला ना यील्ड का, there is a huge correlation between the yield and the dollar rupee.
करेक्ट।
तो आप जो बोलते हो 8.5
होएगा सर।
नहीं, आपकी टाई फिश हो जाएगी भैया।
आपका तो 12 का टारगेट है सर, मेरे को मालूम है। तो मैं तो 8.5 बोल रहा हूँ, 9 बोल रहा हूँ, बाद में चेंज करूंगा आपके साथ अगर आप करवाओगे।
मैं क्या बोलता हूँ, देखो मेरे को इतना समझता नहीं अभी यार। मैं मस्ती में जीता हूँ, लेकिन वो 2008-9 में मैंने 14% में अरबों रुपए का एफडी किया था। स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया ने सामने से लेके गया था। तो ये सिचुएशन आने का है। प्लीज, दिस टाइम इट्स डिफरेंट एंड वी से इट ऑल द टाइम। आनंद भाई बराबर है कि नहीं? दिस टाइम इज डिफरेंट। तो चलते अक्षय भाई के पास। चलिए अक्षय भाई, आप बताइए।
आवाज आ रही है मेरी शरद जी?
अरे परफेक्ट, आपकी आवाज आई तो मजा आ गया। बोलिए।
अभी ऐसा है, मैं बॉम्बे से मैंगलोर आया हूँ, अभी अभी पहुंचा हूँ मेरे डेस्टिनेशन पे। तो मैं ज्यादा कुछ बोलूंगा नहीं, बट एक अनंत जी ने एक बात बोली रुपी के बारे में। एक मैंने जो चीज देखी है कि जो भी रुपी पे हमेशा बुलिश होता है उसको पेट्रियट बोला जाता है। तो मैंने अभी मैं तो अनंत जी से काफी रेगुलरली बात करता रहता हूँ, तो वो भी एलियट वेव्स करते हैं, मैं भी बहुत एलियट वेव्स करता हूँ, सर्वेंद्र जी भी। हम तीनों के व्यूज जनरली मैच करते ही हैं। एंड वी आर पीपल हु लाइक टू कॉल अ स्पेड। हमको कोई ये नहीं साबित करना है कि लोग हमें पसंद करें, हमारे व्यूज को ये करें, बट वी आर नोन टू टॉक व्हाट वी सी। ओके, सो डोंट शूट द मैसेंजर, वैसा एक ये है। बट एनीवेज रुपी, आई मीन बहुत लोग काफी टाइम से सोच रहे हैं कि 80 नहीं होगा, आरबीआई होने नहीं देगा। बट आप सोचो, आरबीआई ने ऑलमोस्ट $120 बिलियन रिजर्व्स उनके अपने हाई से कम हुए हैं, उसमें भी वो रुपी को डिफेंड कर नहीं पाए। तो आप ये सोचो कि अंडरलाइन डिमांड डॉलर की कितनी है। और करेंसी मार्केट्स का मेरा जो लिमिटेड एक्सपीरियंस है उसमें मैंने ये देखा है कि एक बार करेंसीज मूव करना चालू करते हैं, उसके बाद आप रिवर्शन टू द मीन को भूल ही जाओ, वो होगा, बट तब तक आप बचोगे नहीं। एंड सेकेंडली अब सरेंद्र जी ने इंटरेस्टिंग बात कही कि 2-3 दिन का बाउंस आया था एसएनपी में। तो मैंने अभी थोड़ा डेटा माइन किया 3-4 दिन पहले ये होने के बाद, एंड आई रियलाइज कि लास्ट वीक यानी इसी हफ्ते के मंडे और ट्यूसडे को एसएनपी एक दिन पे कुछ 3% ऊपर था, उसके बाद कुछ 2.5% ऊपर था। सो मैंने थोड़ा डेटा माइन किया, देखा कि पिछले 25 सालों में ऐसा 2 दिन का मूवमेंट रफली अबाउट 6% कितनी बार हुआ है। आप बिलीव नहीं करोगे, ये अप्रोक्सीमेटली 7 बार हुआ है। And this kind of, I mean, the majority of those 7 occurrences occurred in the midst of the 2008-2009 bear market, जिनके आने के बाद S&P और 25% ठुका। तो लोगों को ये भी याद रखना चाहिए, बहुत लोग बोलते हैं कि नहीं नहीं, हिस्टोरिकली बहुत अगर देखा जाए तो स्टॉक्स बहुत ओवरसोल्ड है, और सारे ब्रेड मेट्रिक्स जो हैं काफी ओवरसोल्ड है। परसेंटेज ऑफ स्टॉक्स इन द निफ्टी अबाउट द 50-day मूविंग एवरेज सिंगल डिजिट्स में है, वो सब ठीक है, बट कॉन्टेक्स्ट देखना बहुत जरूरी है। When was the last time you saw the world facing इन्फ्लेशन which is going totally out of control? ये इसका कोई टेम्पलेट ही नहीं है। अगर आपको हिस्ट्री में जाना है तो 1970 और 1980 के बीच में हुआ था, उसके बाद ऐसा ग्लोबल इन्फ्लेशन प्रॉब्लम पहली बार आ रहा है। तो जो टेम्पलेट्स काम करते थे, जब लिक्विडिटी एम्पल थी, जब सेंट्रल बैंकर्स के पास बैलेंस शीट एक्सपेंशन का एम्यूनिशन था, वो सब अब बैकड्रॉप है ही नहीं। एंड अभी बीच में 6 महीने पहले जब मैं यूएस गया था सीएमटी एसोसिएशन के समिट में, वहां पे एक बंदे ने सही बात कही। वो ऐसे कुछ 40-45 साल का एक्सपीरियंस बंदा लग रहा था, हैविंग हैंडल्ड बिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स ऑफ एसेट्स। वो बोला कि एक चीज मैंने सीखी है, डोंट फाइट द फेड, एंड पर्टिकुलरली व्हेन दे आर फाइटिंग इन्फ्लेशन। ये गलती बिल्कुल मत करना कि फेड आके हमको बचाएगा, और यही चीज हम लोग देख रहे हैं। नाउ इट इज अप टू पीपल टू थिंक कि नहीं नहीं भाई सब ठीक होगा, हमको कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगा, इंडिया इज डीकपल्ड। अभी 2 हफ्ते पहले इंडिया डीकपलिंग की बात हो रही थी, दैट लास्टेड लेस देन 48 आवर्स आई थिंक। अनंत जी, करेक्ट मी इफ आई एम रॉन्ग।
करेक्ट, यू आर राइट।
सो दैट इज ऑल आई विल से।
अच्छा है ये जो डॉलर रुपये का बात आपने किया, आई एग्री विथ यू, बट द मेन रीजन आई विल लेट यू नो इज कि अपना इंटरेस्ट रेट है ना इतना कम रखा है, तो पीपल स्टार्टेड बोरोइंग locally and selling abroad.
Correct, classic carry.
Yeah, so imagine India is a major destination for carry trade now.
Correct.
So,
भाई अपने पास कितना पैसा है?
नहीं पैसा बाप नहीं अच्छे भाई, ऐसा तो क्या गया कि इतना बिलियंस चला गया, कुछ नहीं हुआ। ओके, स्ट्रक्चरली Indian rupee became very cheap.
Correct.
In terms of borrowing. So people borrowed locally and deployed it abroad. So this is how our institutions, revered institutions, perform. It's-
बिल्कुल
I
बिल्कुल
I fail to understand. Since donkey years, we always used to take advantage of cost of carry. Now we are providing cost of carry. ये कैसे है यार? कैसा है? And
आप सोचो
अक्षय,
ना रिजीम कैसा चेंज हो गया है.
नहीं अक्षय भाई, I am politically connected, so I will not talk about politics. But just imagine, ये क्या हो रहा है? What for? हाँ, और ये जो आप रिजर्व बोलते हो ना,
करेक्ट.
इंडिया के पास में रिजर्व है ही नहीं. नहीं, यार में अपना जो रिजर्व है ना, वो बोरोड रिजर्व है. एफडीआई का आया कि एनआरआई का आया.
करेक्ट.
वो कोरिया का रिजर्व है, वो अर्न रिजर्व है. वो एक्सपोर्ट करके पैसा कमाता है. चाइना का है अर्न रिजर्व है. अपना बोरोड रिजर्व है. ये डेफिनेशन आप पढ़ लेना किताब में. तो अपना वो नाम के वास्ते है, उसको पैसा लौटाना है.
करेक्ट, समझ गया मैं. यू आर
हाँ,
एब्सोल्युटली राइट.
तो वेर आर द रिजर्व्स?
Basically, I mean, the quality of reserves is very different, is what you are hitting at, right?
Yeah,
Hmm. No, I've heard this from a couple of people in the past. It's a very interesting take.
good. So enjoy your stay in Mangalore.
Thank you so much, शरद जी.
और
For I mean, मैं अनंत जी के साथ आज बात कर रहा था दोपहर में. So and then I saw that his profile picture was lit up. तो मुझे लगा कि कुछ spaces में घुस गए अनंत जी. तो मैंने सोचा चलो मैं भी अभी पहुंचा हूँ, जरा देखता हूँ सोने से पहले. But thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate speaking to all of you.
हाँ, बोलिए.
No, I'm saying, Sharad ji, thank you so much for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to speak. I'll hopefully be a regular commentator in the future in your spaces.
Fact finder, you are not accepting what happened. Are you sore with me?
Are you what? Sorry?
No.
Sold with your
I was
logic?
talking to fact finder.
Fact finder. Okay, what about that?
No, he is not speaking.
Oh,
He
I
is
see.
not
अच्छा,
accepting. सर्वेंद्र भाई, आपको लेता हूँ.
जी शरद भाई.
गौरव भाई बोलिए.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Just a moment, यार. गौरव भाई बोलिए ना. Unmute yourself. Berlin, unmute yourself. क्यों? Why do you request it? Okay. I'll fact find.
No, it's not that. Yeah, I'm in my hometown. My mom's birthday is tomorrow, so I just came for that. So that's why I just finished with dinner and the family and just came upstairs. So sorry about that. I have obviously no anger with anybody, yeah, especially you, Sharaji. No reason
अरे
to.
नहीं यार. अरे वो छोड़ो ना. ऐसे ही बोला मैंने. काय का है.
अरे शरद जी मस्ती कर रहे हैं भाई.
Come on, fact finder. October a killer or no?
Yeah, there was this. Did you see the interview with one of the Fed guys today? Yeah, I think that was a very important thing, that the guy is effectively saying that he doesn't see a shortage of liquidity. And when I try to look at that and I look at the move index in
the US, which is essentially a good barometer of liquidity in the bond market. That's back to the March 2020 levels. So, on one side, bond liquidity, which is also an indicator of volatility, and where your bond volatility is very high, it's like your VIX, right? Move is like your VIX index for bonds. When that is very high, automatically you funds and risk parity funds, they will have to deleverage a bit. So that could send effectively your bond yields higher. And if your bond yields go up higher, or rather, the other way to look at it is, as long as your volatility of your bonds remains high, you will not buy more bonds because you want to maintain the volatility of your fund. So if you don't have buyers of bonds and somebody wants to sell some for whatever reason, like what happened in the UK, the pension funds, then the or some of the central banks want to sell treasuries because they want to create reserves to sell dollars. Essentially, that will send your yields up higher. If your yields are higher, that's actually the market starts looking at it differently. So I think this is very interesting that the Fed is saying, we don't think there's a liquidity problem. We don't think there's a collateral problem. And, we're going to go ahead with this. So I think rates will remain high.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so.
Sarvendraji, I want to just come in there, because we follow each other very closely and we kind of use the same school of thought, primarily Elliot. If you look at and this question is to Anant as well. So when I look at the India 10-year, it's, it fell from 672 odd to about 762 to about 710 recently. But that decline was anything but impulsive. And this rally from 710 all the way to 752 today is clearly impulsive, which means it's just a matter of time before, based on the work that I do, it's just a matter of time before 762 is taken out. And people are thinking 8% is psychological. It should stop, shouldn't get worse, but I think it's going to get a lot worse. So let me know what your takes are.
See, I agree with you. I am completely in agreement. And I have given one month back on Sharad Sir's spaces only. We have given targets of 875, 925. So my targets, I think I would be happy on my analysis if we hit 875, 925, which I think we should hit in 2 quarters. 2 to 3 quarters is where we are hitting around 875, 925. So we are on the same boat. Now Sharad ji is on a slightly higher boat, and I think he thinks it's all going till 12. So we'll see.
देखिए सर्वेंद्र भाई
जी
कुछ भी होता है लाइफ में
जी
इक्विटी मार्केट्स बॉन्ड मार्केट्स करेंसी मार्केट्स और टर्मोइल होता है ना
बिल्कुल होता है
और टर्मोइल होता है तो थिंक ऑफ द अनथिंकेबल इट विल हैपन ओके
ना आई एम टोटली विद यू. मैं तो खाली थोड़ी मस्ती कर रहा था, बट मैंने कहा अरे सर 9:15 इतना बुरा हो जाएगा, 12 तो उससे भी ज्यादा बुरा होना ही है. तो 9:15 के लिए भी कौन तैयार है, ये सोचिए ना. कोई नहीं तैयार है. नो, मैं अभी आया हूँ जस्ट घर. देयर इज फुल ट्रैफिक जैम. विजय सेल्स पे भीड़ लगी हुई है. सब लोग, नो बडी हैज अ क्लू कि व्हाट्स कम टू हिट देम. अभी क्या होएगा इन लोग के साथ, किसी को समझ नहीं आ रहा है. दे आर ऑल टेकिंग सम फ्लोटिंग लोन्स और कुछ तो ले रहे हैं, और पूरा भरा हुआ है सारा. यू गो टू एनी मॉल, यू गो टू एनी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक स्टोर, भरा हुआ है सब. दशहरा सेल, दिवाली सेल, ऐसा लग रहा है कि एवरीथिंग इज बीइंग सोल्ड फॉर फ्री. लाइन लगी पड़ी है, ट्रैफिक जैम लगे पड़े हैं. और सबसे बड़ी लाइन तो शराब के ठेकों पे. जस्ट लुक एट एनी बड़ी वाइन शॉप, 100 आदमी खड़ा है बाहर. 100 आदमी खड़ा है बाहर. तो दिस इज गोइंग टू एंड बैडली.
2007-8 में नहीं देखा है क्या सेम थिंग हुआ था ना. And
so I am seeing I am saying, Anand bhai, it's going to be a repeat of 2008 only, but nobody is listening.
हम छोड़ दो, क्या कर सकते हैं, बोल गला फाड़ के चिल्ला के बोला है, अब क्या कर सकते हैं. No, coming back to what Akshay said, we probably must be the only three elite wave analysts who actually agree on the view.
गुड. सही है सर. सर आई वांट दिस एग्रीमेंट टू बी वेरी लिमिटेड. आई डोंट वांट मेनी पीपल टू एग्री विद अस. जितना हम कम रहेंगे उतना हम सही जाएंगे, जितना हमारे साथ गांव आ जाएगा उतना गलत जाने का चांस हो जाएगा.
सही है.
तो सर्वेंद्र जी, मैं भी आपके साथ हूँ, आपसे कुछ सीखा समझा है, तो मेरा भी नाम कंसिडर कीजिएगा सर.
नहीं सर, आप तो हमारे ग्रुप में ही हो, आपको तो हमने ही सिखाया है, तो आप हमारे जैसे ही करोगे मोटा मोटी. उससे फर्क क्या करोगे? जब टेम्पलेट और रोड मैप सेम है और एलियट आपने हमसे सीखा है तो डेफिनेटली व्हाई नॉट, सब साथ में ही है. वी आर ऑन द सेम. आई एम सेइंग जितने कम लोग रहें उतना अच्छा है. द मोर फ्यूअर आई एम मोर हैप्पी. जितना लोग मुझे गाली देंगे और जितना मैं अकेला रहता हूँ, आई एम मोर हैप्पी विद माई कॉल, बिकॉज आई नो सही जाने का प्रोबेबिलिटी ज्यादा है.
चलिए, आप फैक्ट फाइंडर क्या बोलना चाहते हो आप? व्हाट डू यू वांट टू से?
No, I wanted to, Sarvendra, you are based in Bombay, no?
Yeah, me, Anand,
Okay.
Akshay, all are from
Yeah.
Bombay.
Why this is important? Because see, the reason why, to extrapolate what is happening in Bombay or what is happening in Rajkot or what is happening in a few cities in Gujarat, you have to keep in mind that 40% of the or 30% of the trading volume and the stock market ownership and the mutual fund ownership happen out of specific cities and specific states, right? So people who have made a lot of money out there in the stock market will obviously, you will see this entire thing. And second of all, bear in mind that you are focused. And I'll give you where I'm coming from. I'll give an example. I think everybody would have heard about Samsung mentioning that they have done really well on mobile sales, right, during the festive season. What nobody highlighted was, and I was thinking about it only later on, that Xiaomi and BDD, which is the company that owns Oppo, Vivo, and OnePlus, they have a problem with the ED or whatever, the government going against them, right? They're slapping a fine of some 5,000 crores or something.
That's correct. That's
Xiaomi.
correct. Yes.
So Xiaomi is saying that we can't supply products. If the biggest guy in the market can't supply mobile phones, the second biggest guy, which is Oppo, Vivo, and OnePlus, which is a combined same company, they are also having a problem. They can't supply phones. So basically 50% or 60% of your suppliers can't supply phones. Then who's going to benefit? Only Samsung. Yes or no? So people don't try and connect dots. Everybody is just focusing on one or two data points. I'm not saying that this festive sales are not good. Yeah, but bear in mind, the ability to you can order. I have ordered like 6 shirts and I'm going to only take 2, right? Likewise, so don't look. I mean, I'm just saying that so here was an interesting data point that I picked up. Okay, they are saying that sales during the festive sales are up 25%, but they're also saying that the number of transaction customers are up 25%, 24%. What does it say? Customers up 24, sales are up 25. You have inflation, which is at least 15-20%. Then what does it really say about people spending, right? So just bear a lot of you one. I mean, I was surprised about the data point somebody shared on Broadcode saying that they sold more 4-wheelers than 2-wheelers. I mean, seriously, that means the poor people are actually really screwed. If you're in a city, you can sell more 2-wheelers than 4-wheelers. This is my thoughts.
Yeah, Anand.
We just wanted to say, see, when Sarvendra, Akshay, or I, we talk about the markets and we talk about the general tendencies, what is being seen in Bombay or wherever, our primary analysis in basis is always the charts, nothing else. Other things we are just talking about, at least Akshay has got a broader exposure to other things, especially because he is with Bloomberg. So he has access to much more data than we have. But Sarvendra and I personally, I can say very well that we just don't talk off our hat. We are most of our statements are based on what we see on the charts.
Okay.
So what is happening on the ground is irrelevant to us.
No, I have a very different take. On the ground, there is demand. There are various people are spending left, right, and center. Oh, Ganpati mein people spent a lot. Navratri spent a lot. Diwali they will spend a lot because in other businesses also people are making money or have made bumper profits because of this lockdown and all that. It's the extension. And if money is printed in India, why there will not be a gush of liquidity in the hands of the people? They will spend, yes, but there is a point. Thereafter, we won't see much of spending. Yeah. आनंद भाई कुछ बोलना?
No, I'm done. I'm done more or less.
No, no, my sentiment point is, Sharad bhai, my sentiment, just I just shouted that sentiment thing. Just looking at not the spending. I'm not saying what is how much is getting spent, what is getting sold. I was just saying the attitude, the sentiment is of extreme arrogance and ignorance. They don't know what is coming. If you tell them, if 6 months down the line, 1 year down the line, when everything is screwed up, then you ask them कि भाई अगर आपको एक साल पहले ऑप्शन दिया जाता तो आप ये खर्चा करते, they will say no. बट आज उनको उस बात का एहसास नहीं है. दैट इज व्हाट आई वाज ट्राइंग टू पॉइंट आउट.
अपने को क्यों सोचना है? और एक बात बताता हूँ. एक दिवालिया प्रमोटर था. उसने शादी में उसका डॉटर या मालूम नहीं कुछ 8 साल 9 साल पहले उस टाइम 20 करोड़ रुपया खर्चा किया. तो मैं धीरे से उसको बोला यार थोड़ा लोन चुका देता तो. अरे छोड़ना यार. सो दिस इज द एटीट्यूड सब लोग का खर्चे का. जाने दो. लेसर सेड द बेटर. Abhishek, you wanted to say something?
Just a highlighting point on so there's a mall just beside my house, so I just keep going there just to get something or whatever, get groceries or whatever. तो वहाँ पे आई जस्ट ऑब्जर्व द ट्रेंड. ओके, जो दुकानों में है ना लोग जो खरीदने जा रहे हैं वो बहुत कम है. और जो लोग ये मतलब बस खाने जा रहे हैं ना, फूड कोर्ट में जा रहे हैं या फिर ये थिएटर में जा रहे हैं. पीवीआर का हमारा पिक्चर का थिएटर है वहाँ पे. और अपना खाने के लिए लोग ना जो फूड कोर्ट में रहता है दैट इज एंटायरली फिल्ड अप ऑल द टाइम. ओके, और दुकानों में मैं जाके देखता हूँ देयर इज नो वन. मतलब वो जो वहाँ पे सेल्समैन होता है ना, सेल्समैन, दैट गाय इज जस्ट स्पॉटिंग फ्लाइज और कुछ नहीं कर रहा. दैट्स द ट्रेंड ऑन कंजम्पशन. अभी के 5-6 हजार का कपड़ा या फिर 50 कितना 2 लाख रुपए का आईफोन कोई नहीं खरीद रहा है. बस जाके देख रहा है कि कैसा है. बस.
ओके. सर्वेंद्र भाई अभी आप बाजार के बारे में ये सब आप वो छोड़ो. और मैं भी अभी 1 बजे वो शॉपिंग करने निकलूंगा. तो आप मेरे को देख के नाराज मत होइए.
सर
बोलिए.
मैं नाराज क्यों होऊंगा? मैं तो खाली अपने, मैंने जैसे बोला आनंद जी ने कि भाई हम लोग देखते तो चार्ट ही हैं. चार्ट को देखने के बाद बाहर देखते हैं कि बाहर बाहर क्या हो रहा है. दैट्स जस्ट दैट आइसिंग ऑन द केक.
नहीं वो छोड़ो. ये सब बात में अपना भला नहीं होना. अब आप बताओ बाजार में क्या लगता है, ऊपर या नीचे?
देखो सर, थॉट तो वही है और हमने थॉट वही है जो कि अगर 15-20 दिन यहाँ से और खराब है वर्किंग डेज, सो विच विल एंड अप इनटू द फर्स्ट और सेकंड वीक ऑफ नवंबर. और थॉट वही है, 15,800 पहले आएगा, 18,500 बाद में आएगा. दैट इज द थीम. तो धीमे धीमे बाजार नीचे ही पिसेगा. जस्ट दीज बाउंसेस गेट सोल्ड इनटू एंड एग्जैक्टली व्हाट वी सेड कि एसएनपी इज जस्ट इन अ वेव 4 बाउंस व्हिच हैज हैपेंड. उसके बाद सेलिंग शुरू हो गई है. अब वो फाइनल फिफ्थ बनेगा एक छोटे इंपल्स का या बड़ा एक थर्ड वेव का फॉल आएगा, वो देखते हैं. बट आई थिंक द डैमेज हैज स्टार्टेड on the downside and this will accelerate and Monday could be actually bad. So let's see. I think
नहीं,
targets तो
Monday
सारे
will not be
सारे नीचे
that
गए.
bad, but Tuesday will be very bad because we'll react to TCS results.
Okay, I have no idea on the results, but yes, अगर कुछ आता है खराब तो definitely will react.
And also one more thing, S&P was very bullish few months ago, just because of Tesla. Okay, now Tesla is going down a big way. तो S&P का हालत वो थोड़ा तकलीफ वाला.
I agree, Sharad ji. I think Tesla, if you look at I think the monthly charts, it is the mother of all head and shoulders patterns. So I don't know what's cooking there, but I think it's going to fall off the floor, and that is going to have some major ramifications on the Nasdaq. बहुत सारे लोग अभी they have gone from saying 200-day average will not break to now focusing on the 200-week average, which did its job in halting this decline. Kafi, I mean, over the last 13 years, tests of the 200-week average have held, but I think we are going to see an absolute bloodbath if that goes. I think we're on the verge. Like Sarvindra said, this bounce in the S&P was a classic fourth wave. We should head lower in wave 5. And I think when that happens, the 200-week average will be comfortably broken. After that, I think all hell will break loose. So, and Tesla, like you said, I totally concur, will be a big determinant of what happens on the next leg lower.
Akshay, I am nobody to teach you, but what I see, say 2-3 months, in 2-3 months, what I see the 1,000-day moving average. 1,000-day moving average, that's
That's
5
very
years.
interesting.
So you look at any chart, more or less, they will converge over there. They will, prices will converge at 1,000-day moving average.
That is
Have a look.
interesting.
Have a look. Fact Finder, anything else you would want to say on Tesla?
No, sorry, yaar. Sharaji, I have not been, tracking Tesla as much. Although I know that they did miss out on their numbers, I haven't been up to that. I've been traveling quite a bit. So,
Hmm.
by the way, I've just wanted to add to you is that I think there was a very interesting report that was published by J.P. Morgan. So two things. One is on the gas scenario in Europe. I know people are taking a lot of comfort in the fact that the inventory levels are decent. People don't realize that the inventory levels in Europe in is just sufficient for 15 to 20 days in some sort of sense. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. But what is important is the flow of gas. And the second interesting thing that I read was by JP Morgan. They have come out with some sort of a report saying there will be a switch from gas to oil. That will consume about 800,000 barrels incrementally. And that capacity to use, oil versus gas is there, unused capacity of 800,000 barrels, which essentially means that your demand for crude oil will actually, tighten further. I'm actually personally surprised by the OPEC thing, but I continue to believe that as we get into next year, we will see we'll see a sharper pickup in crude oil. The third interesting thing that I read was about the global hedge fund scenario. Global hedge funds haven't done really well except for the macro funds, and a lot of the Asia Pacific funds are down very, very badly. And November is typically the time when first week of November onwards is when a lot of the hedge funds get calls from their LPs on redemptions. So till November, right? These guys,
LP is mini. LP is mini.
LP is partners, basically the pension funds and the sovereign
Yeah.
funds give them money.
Yeah.
right? So those guys, by the 1st of November is typically when they, if they've done well and good. If they've not done well, they would have some sort of an idea, and then they will, start preparing for redemptions. So between now and November, the first week of November is very crucial that markets do well, and some of the hedge funds actually make money. If they don't, there will be a lot of unwind over there. And bear in mind, this time round, the third quarter of the fourth quarter is going to be really tough, because there will be a lot of this matching of books by the banks, all these prop books of banks. And we already are sitting on such bad liquidity in the markets across asset classes. The liquidity will become even worse in December, November, December. So usually by the first week of December, most investment banks announce their bonuses, or maybe second week of December. So by the first week of December, most books or risk is reduced significantly, which makes matching books liquidity really challenging as they go to year end. So just bear in mind, this is going to be a very different year than what we've seen in the past. I mean, it could either be really good or really smooth, or it could be horribly bad.
Sure. Requesting again, everybody.
I add one
Please.
thing,
Yeah.
Sarad, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Sarvanan had mentioned about, and I think Akshay as well as Anand may have also mentioned earlier about the Indian tenure. So I'm actually doing a very detailed exercise which I will share with you guys on what if the Indian tenure were to go to 8.5%. What would the fair value of each of the Indian stocks would be? I mean, how much is the hit on fair value? And I think I've started the exercise. I will share it. I will share screenshots of what the current price is really building in, and what would be the fair value if your cost of interest goes up by 100 basis points. And so that's one thing. The other thing is, Ken, I don't know if you guys may already discuss. What are your thoughts on the rupee? It's nice. I mean, any thoughts? May have missed it. I'm sure you guys would have discussed it earlier.
Yeah, we did discuss, and Anand was of the view that it will halt at 86.
Yeah, I also agree. I mean, I use point and figure charts a lot, and point and figure charts for the longest time, since about 73, 74, have been calling for what then seemed, you know, impossible levels to achieve on the upside. 83, not excuse me, not 83, but 86, 87. There's a cluster of resistance there, which should at least put up a fight. But let us not get carried away by the fact that we're still doing relatively better compared with other Asian currencies. The RBI is managing things well. Well, price surely doesn't seem to agree, and that's only going to get worse. So, we review when we get to 86, 87, but I'd be really surprised if we just punch through that zone without any stall. But like I said, right, I mean, we might have a stall, but there is absolutely nothing on the longer time frame charts. I have a top to down approach. So start with the longer time frame charts first, and then drill down into the lower intervals. And on the longer time frames, there is absolutely nothing that tells me that, we are overstretched. Not statistically, not, on pure price action. So I'm sure the upside, travel room is really wide, even from where we are today at roughly about 83. So that's my 2 cents.
Akshay, I lay a bet with you of a cup of tea.
Absolutely, sir.
86, 87. No resistance. Hot knife on.
Well, I would love that. I mean, if it
No, it's
if
not
it punches through
about
86, 87 without showing any tiredness, I'll sponsor as many cups of tea for you, Sharadji, as you wish. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you so much.
Akshay, one question, Akshay. Since you work in, I mean, I'm guessing from your profile you are associated with Bloomberg.
Yeah.
Have you looked at
Yes,
the R, the bank investments RER? I think the July data or the June data came out, but I'm not too sure of the September end data coming out. What is BIS RER look for INR at this moment in time after the recent correction? It doesn't. I mean, when I looked at it last about a month and a half ago, it seemed that it had enough scope to go to 85, 86, based on
On
purely
a
on
on a on a on a pure RER basis.
yes, yes.
I haven't seen the latest numbers, but usually from I don't really follow fundamentals so much, or the macro so much, but a couple of times in the past that I've seen it, typically that tends to lead price into where it's pointing. So, like you say, if that was also pointing at 85, 86, you said you last looked at it like a month and a half ago, then there is a real reason why that journey should not be too difficult. But what happens there for me, like Sharad sir said, I mean, he doesn't expect any resistance. I mean, like I said, right, I have some targets in that area. Typically, when the market reaches certain targets, you do tend to take a pause, but it's just a guideline. It's just typical behavior, not a rule. So I will still hold my ground and say we need to watch what happens at 86, 87. But between where we are now and 86, there's absolutely nothing that I see personally on the charts that can, lead to a big top in the dollar. And I've always, thought about, people are saying, the dollar index has risen from 88 to 115, it's overdone, blah, blah, blah. You're absolutely right. It's overstretched. It's doing stuff that is really making people question, what financial markets have become. But ask yourselves, if it falls, fall against what? What is the next best alternative? 58% of the dollar index is comprised of the euro, and we have Christine Lagarde saying, "Oh, we're still looking for more data points to turn aggressive on our fight against inflation." The ECB's main rate is probably at whatever, I don't know. I don't know the number because I don't track the macro so much. Maybe 1%, and inflation is 9%. So is that your best alternative to take the baton from the dollar? That's the problem. Maybe the dollar's overstretched. You look at any perspective you want. Look at it statistically. Look at it, from a pure technical analysis standpoint. Yes, it is probably overstretched, but it should pull back. But pull back against what? I mean, that the question now is, what is the next best alternative? And when I ask people this, they don't have any answer. I mean, a lot of people were saying, the dollar should be replaced by Bitcoin. But hey, I would love a world where the reserve currency of the world is as volatile as 10% in a day. I mean, if we ever wake up to that world, I'd certainly, like to see how different the world looks. But anyways, I mean that whole story about how Bitcoin is going to be an inflation hedge, it should be the world's next reserve currency. That thing has been blown to bits. Yeah, nobody, like Anand sir said right at the start, nobody's talking about Bitcoin anymore.
No,
So it's
Akshay. It's useless talking about dollar index because euro, which has no value as such, it
correct.
it,
That's my point.
it can be six or point 60, point 70, anything. UK pound can be point 80, point 85, anything. So what's the point of dollar index? कुछ नहीं,
That's that's
useless.
also another thing. हाँ, वो भी angle सही है.
अरे पागल है क्या?
Because when you talk about the US dollar, the problem here is you fail to realize that it took 40 years of beating of the dollar, and it has staged a bounce back from those low, very low levels. So, and when it comes to a currency, once it catches a trend, it will not give up so easily as everyone thinks of. Just because it is looking overstretched, you
Correct.
really know what is going on in the back end. because whatever all the things that Akshay said holds true. Now, in case you just even want to think from an elite wave perspective, when we have a three-wave decline, it is very possible that the opposite side, when it starts rallying up, it can go back to test the previous highs. So we can very easily, in terms of patterns of the market, look to test 140 again. 120 will seem like a joke after some time. 112, 120, it will just seem like a joke after some time because it has the inherent potential in it. And the weakness in the euro, they are not going to be able to set their house straight in just one quarter. Even if they do try their action now, it will take them a long time before the current rot which is set in to reverse. Look at the
And
euro.
you know what, Anandji? I mean, me, Sarvendra, I'm sure Sharadji, and a lot of other people on this basis, we were around in 2008, 2009, and this is the 14th year post the great financial crisis lows. The number of times that the dollar is going to become toilet paper is repeated is just, I mean, that has reached infinity now. Every single day some of the other person worth his salt will come on TV and he'll say this is it, and over the next 10 years the dollar is going to be toilet paper. I have been hearing this every single day since 2008. The dollar continues to smoke people out, like, completely.
Yeah, agreed. I'm with you because I have been people who are saying you are bearish. I keep telling them, I look at the US dollar, there's a raging bull market there, which can extend to several decades. Why are you not looking at that raging bull market?
And people are not in agreement with what price is telling them, which is absolutely shocking.
Correct. Agreed. Agreed 100% with you.
No, no, that
That's
is what
something.
that is what I said on the last paces also. Ki if a 40-year bond yield is breaking out on a monthly five wave from the bottom and it's
Correct,
breaking a
correct.
40-year trend, the yields at least next 5 to 8 years they'll continue to have an upward trajectory. Now we can debate and discuss on targets, but the whole thought that this up trajectory of whatever magnitude will hold for 5 8 years actually gives me goosebumps. It's just started and people don't know what's going to hit them. And that is what my bhavnaओं को समझो. That is what I was trying to express कि people are so into right now, but they don't know what's coming. That troubles me sometimes at night.
Way
Yeah.
back in the
No,
80s, we used to have a bank interest rate of 16% and 18%. God forbid those days come. It'll be a very bad scenario. I don't
No,
want
but
it.
I'll tell you what, something that I truly believe in is that, all of the people who are, new to the markets, they've only seen, close to 0% interest rates for 15 years, which is a long duration of time. And their psychological bent is now such that they believe this is how the world works. But like Sarvendra said, right, if you look at the US 10-year, peaked at whatever, 14.5, 15% in 1981, it went to 0.3% at the COVID crash lows. That's almost a 40-year bull market in bonds. You really think this bear market is going to last only a year? I mean, there has to be some proportion, right?
Let's not talk about this because people will get very worked up.
can I add some fun? Well, Akshay, and you mentioned that. Uh, I mean, everybody's unable to understand why the dollar is strengthening. There is a fundamental aspect to it. And in fact, there's a very interesting presentation and podcast that was today only republished by a guy called Jeff Snyder. I've just put that on my timeline. I've just reposted it. I would urge anybody who's remotely, fundamentally, and technically inclined to understand the US dollar and what really drives the US dollar. It is not the dollar in US, it is the euro dollar. And that's what most people don't even talk about. So I highly recommend. There is a tweet I've just posted on my timeline. Try and listen to Jeff Snyder. It's worth it.
Thank you so much. I'll definitely take a look.
In 1982 or 83, I was working and I placed some few $1 million at 15% yield. I got a firing because in a month it touched 17. Why I'm telling you this? Dollar yield was 17%. Okay, don't forget that. What happened then can happen now also. So
That is exactly my point.
So to Sarvendra, to Anand, to everybody, please, think of the unthinkable. Then only you will be successful. Otherwise, you will think normally, nothing will happen. Please think out of the box. Please try and see the future. आज मेरे पास पैसा है, वो कल रहेगा, नहीं रहेगा, कितना रहेगा. A mutual fund are a source of major concern for general people. And I don't know, अगर वो 50,000 करोड़ का is selling नहीं भी आता है, भाव ऐसे ही घट जाएगा, तो क्या करोगे? Where will you redeem your mutual funds? To whom? Okay. हरबीर सिंह सेठी has requested. बोलिए हरबीर भाई, बोलिए हरबीर भाई, बोलिए. चलिए, आप नहीं बोलेंगे हरबीर भाई? सर्वेंद्र भाई,
जी
और बाजार के बारे में बताओ नहीं यार, स्टॉक मार्केट.
नहीं शरद भाई बिल्कुल, देखिए थॉट तो वही है जो बताया अभी. अब देखिए इसमें किसकी किसकी कैसे कैसे पिटाई होती है, और आपने टीसीएस का रिजल्ट पॉइंट आउट किया. आई थिंक वहां से शुरू होना चाहिए, बट थॉट यही है कि if you look at the entire 2008 cycle, we are repeating that cycle maybe by a lag of 15-20 days. Exactly वही सब हो रहा है. After the first fall on the crude prices for 3-4 months, crude started to rally above 92, फिर 100 के ऊपर गया और वहां से सीधा क्रूड ने भागना शुरू किया और मार्केट ने गिरना शुरू किया. सो आई थिंक दैट सेकंड फेज ऑफ द मार्केट इज आल्सो प्लेइंग आउट कॉपी बुक नाउ फॉर व्हाटएवर रीजन. जो भी क्रूड में डेवलपमेंट आ रहे हैं, जो भी आ रहा है, क्रूड समाउ टुडे टू मी आल्सो लुक्स लाइक कि कहीं निकलने की कोशिश कर रहा है. सो मे बी दैट सेकंड लेग इज आल्सो टाइंग अप वेरी वेल विद द 2008 लास्ट लेग where crude started to rally and market started to tank. So crude again goes above 100, you get the same effect that you got in 2008. सो ब्रॉडली सारा सेटअप शरद भाई वही चल रहा है. और जैसे लार्जर रोड मैप को चेंज करने का कोई कारण अभी दिख नहीं रहा है. तो ठीक है, सब बाउंसेस बीच बीच में आते रहेंगे, ओवरसोल्ड बाउंसेस आते रहेंगे, बट एसेंशियली लुकिंग एट रूपी, लुकिंग एट डॉलर, लुकिंग एट द 2008 ओवरऑल सेटअप एंड लुकिंग एट द 40-year बॉन्ड यील्ड, सारा मैक्रोस, जब टेक्निकल्स की बात कर रहा हूँ, सारा लॉन्ग टर्म टेक्निकल्स जब हम देखते हैं, जो कि हमारा सबका अप्रोच है, हम 3-4 लोगों का, कि भाई हम लार्जर टाइम फ्रेम से शॉर्टर टाइम फ्रेम में आते हैं. लार्जर टाइम फ्रेम इज लुकिंग वेरी बैड. शॉर्टर टाइम फ्रेम में उसको हम ट्रेड करेंगे, वी विल गेट आवर पॉजेस, वी विल गेट आवर लेवल्स. सो रुपी स्टॉप्स एट 85-86, कम्स बैक टू 80-82, फाइन. बट उसकी ट्रेजेक्ट्री कहीं ऊपर की है, और जब तक वो ट्रेजेक्ट्री का ट्रेंड नहीं चेंज होता ऑन द लार्ज लॉन्गर टर्म टाइम फ्रेम, तब तक आई थिंक वी रिस्क कंटिन्यू टू रिस्क अ लार्जर करेक्शन. एंड व्हेन आई थिंक हमने कौन सा अमृत पिया है, मैंने लास्ट टाइम भी बोला था कि व्हेन एवरीथिंग एल्स इज क्लोज टू कोविड लो, ब्रेकिंग कोविड लो, नियर टू कोविड हाइज, Dow has broken the COVID high, S&P is just reaching there. If everything is reaching there or breaking it, उसका बेयर मिनिमम हम भी करते हैं, and we also go at least till the COVID high, तो हमको भी तो 12,400 आना ही है. But it will take time. That target for me is around June July 2023. So by 2023 third quarter we should be close to 12,500 on the Nifty. बट उसके पहले एक बार 15,800 16,000 तो लग ही रहा है दिवाली में. वो देखते हैं आता है कि कैसे आता है और कितना ज्यादा आता है. और मे बी हमारे टारगेट्स को थ्रो अंडर भी करता है तो वो भी कर लेगा. But yes, this whole thing is not going to end at least till the third quarter of 2023 is what my stance is.
ओके. अभी ये जो क्रूड का भाव है और गोल्ड का भाव है,
जी,
गोल्ड और $3,000 हो जाएगा.
आई एम विद यू सर.
ठीक है. क्रूड और 150 के ऊपर चला जाएगा. क्यों? वाई? बिकॉज ऑल currencies are debased. Dollar is strong against euro only, and like that. मतलब डॉलर का भी वैल्यू नहीं है, बट डॉलर इंडेक्स ऊपर जाएगा. So in that scenario, gold and crude oil will act as currencies. I don't know whether I'm making myself clear or not. But in dollar terms, anything that is calculated will see a huge spike. Yeah, fact finder, what do you say?
So you were saying that the dollar, I mean, are you trying to correlate the dollar strength with the crude strength? Is that
Yeah.
what you're saying? No, actually, dollar and crude actually have an inverse relationship.
No, I'm saying dollar against the dollar, crude will become stronger.
No, but usually what happens is when the dollar strengthens, crude actually sells off. Now, here is the interesting thing. Okay. The thing is, okay, I will just try and post it right now. If you look at Bloomberg CFTC non-commercial positions held, which is essentially, when you say non-commercial, is basically your speculator positions, which are asset managers and hedge funds or traders positions in crude oil. It's actually fallen. So people have actually sold in the last couple of months, reduced their exposure to crude oil, and crude oil has rallied. And the reason why people have reduced exposure to crude oil is because banks are pulling back funding to traders. They're pulling back funding to, when I say traders, I'm not talking about hedge funds. I'm talking about traders who trade in, energy. So they are pulling back funding at the same, and because obviously your cost of funding is also going up. So your dollar strengthening, your cost of funding is going up. So you automatically pull back funding. Similarly, you're pulling back hedge funds. Automatically, your exposure in terms of number of outstanding contracts has reduced. Now, under that scenario, when your contracts are reducing, crude oil is actually going up, and this is long positions. It essentially means it's going up, but actually on strength. So, if by chance these speculators or non-commercial holders of futures, they start actually buying positively and building up that position back to the average, crude oil can go up much more than here. I'll try and share the chart on my, Twitter handle. Give me a couple of minutes. But it is actually really interesting that in the past, when dollar strengthens, crude oil falls. Here you actually have a situation where dollar is strengthening and crude oil is strengthening.
Technically speaking, this week's surge in crude prices is actually, trying to break out of a pattern which can really act like a booster rocket to crude. And, where we close today is important because it'll represent the weekly close, but I think it's, the longer term charts, the weekly, so I'm looking at the weekly chart. I'll post it for the ones who are interested on my handle. It is suggestive of, crude going much higher, at least to 106 swiftly, and then we'll review. But this is what's happening today and what's happened this week so far is a telling sign of what is to come. And like you said, and yet we will be in a very peculiar situation where both crude and the dollar will continue, moving higher. Bad news for India, basically. So Bloomberg has this synthetic rupee ticker, which basically uses the NDF market to give traders like a sense of where the spot market might open, the onshore market, and that's currently at 82.80. So it looks as if the dollar is likely to close at a high for the day. If that translates into how Asia opens on Monday, we should expect the dollar rupee to come within a whisker of 83, maybe even gap up. Who knows? Beyond 83. Sharad ji, take it away.
Yeah, बोलिए. और किसी को कुछ बोलना है?
No, only on this crude thing, I can add one thing. I was just checking the long-term setups. So 2001, $100 in 2001, dollar index approximately here only around 110, 120. It could buy 6 units of Brent. Today, it can only buy around 1 unit, 0.8. So crude is already adjusting. I think the dollar is already debasing and crude is already getting costlier. So if the big reset happens, then yes, why not? Dollar can keep on rising, but crude will speed up more and it can rise slightly faster. So yes, that is why I'm saying it looks like the exact second half of 2000, 2008, where after the March, I think after March, we went past after the first 3 months of decline, crude shot past 100 and everything tanked. So this time also by a lag of around a month or something, I think we are doing the same thing. So I would take a truncated. I'm taking a truncated move getting over in January. So I'm saying we have taken 6-7 months. We have taken slightly longer, but the trajectory remains same. I think crude is ready to blast off and everything else tanks along with that.
No, I'm saying dollar is getting stronger against euro, pound, Swiss franc, and all that, and yen. That is one part of it. Another part is crude by itself is a currency now.
Exactly.
Dollar,
I was supporting your second point only, that dollar is debasing and crude is becoming currency, because in 2001, 120 dollar index could buy 6 units. Now it can only buy 0.8, and soon it will be parity. So dollar index is now at parity with Brent, and the moment you go to 120, you will be at parity. $1 index and one crude barrel. I'm just saying like that in terms of percentage. So dollar is already debased in these 20 years. Dollar has debased in front of crude. Dollar has debased in front of gold. So both these things are clearly showing that dollar is already debasing. And just for the again to mention that Dow has not made a new high in gold terms from 2001 onwards. From 2000 till now, Dow has not made a single. It's not made a new all-time new high against gold. And even the 2008 high on the dollar gold ratio has not been taken out. So in the last 13 years also, gold is beating Dow hands down. It's the only thing because you just see a number, you are not able to correlate. But when you put both the charts together, you will see that Dow has not made a new high since 2008 in gold terms. So dollar and dollar-based assets are debasing, and gold and crude are becoming currency. So I am supporting your view, sir. Absolutely bang on.
and
That is what the chart. That is what the long-term charts are saying, and that is what I've been commenting for the last 5 years now. That Dow has not been able to make a new high in gold terms. So this is just a fake rally. It's the mother of all distributions. It's a 100-year cycle which is getting completed, which needed a 5-year distribution. We got a 5-year distribution, and now there's an 8-year cycle which will go down, which is being indicated by the US bond yields breaking out of a 40-year bear market, and the bond prices breaking down into a from a 40-year bull market. So I think इसका असर 5-8 साल रहेगा. हमको अभी शायद समझ में नहीं आएगा, बिकॉज हमने किसी ने इसको देखा नहीं है अभी तक होते हुए. दैट इज व्हाट आई वाज मेंशनिंग. जिसकी 20 साल की उम्र है और जिसकी 60 साल की उम्र है, यही क्लास वर्किंग है, यही देखेगा लाइफ में पहली बार कि 40 साल का जब बुल मार्केट बॉन्ड्स का खत्म होता है तो उसके असर क्या होते हैं और क्या क्या होते हैं और कितने टाइम तक चलते हैं. इट इज गोइंग टू बी This is going to be an event which will be written down in history books and technical books or market books, which we will write, and our children and our grandchildren will read कि boss 2022 में ये हुआ था और फिर उसके बाद ये हुआ. So it could be that I'm saying this is that turn in history which we will all be witness to, and we are living in good times that way कि हमको सब सीखने मिलेगा. And as I said, I don't know the final consequences, but I can sense it that it's not going to be good.
आपको एक बात बता दूं, ये टीवी वगैरह सब पे आता है, सब लोग डॉलर इंडेक्स डॉलर इंडेक्स डॉलर इंडेक्स. गलती से मैं पूछ लूं ना डॉलर इंडेक्स में वो क्या क्या आता है, 90% लोग को मालूम नहीं है.
100% in agreement.
I agree, sir. I agree.
ऐसे ही सब बोल. देखो, अगर यूरो और 25% जाता है तो, और पाउंड और येन 160 हो जाएगा, तो तकरीबन 15-20% तो बढ़ेगा डॉलर इंडेक्स, 100% बढ़ेगा.
Sir, even for the euro, people don't, it is 57%, almost 57% of the Dixie weight, dollar index weight. But people don't realize the fact that ECB, which handles, ECB is not the lender of last resort. Fed is the lender of last resort. The Bank of England is the lender of last resort. But ECB is not a lender of last resort. People don't understand that. It's a very big thing. I was listening to some big economist a few days back also, and he was also saying the same thing, that ECB is not the lender of last resort. So they will not be able to protect the euro. Anyhow, kuch bhi kare. They are not the lender of last resort. All other central banks are lender of last resort to their institution, to their countries and to their sovereign. But ECB is just a collection of various governments, and it is not the lender of, ECB is not a lender of last resort. So we have to be very, very careful there on the euro.
Any more requests, please?
Yeah, on a separate note, I wanted to ask if there are any thoughts anybody shared on this entire Facebook, cutting off so many people. See, at the end of the day, the way this is what I'm seeing, I haven't really read enough and thought about it. But Facebook is the mother of, or one of the key components of digital advertising, right? It's pretty much there. And if they are cutting off people, I'm just wondering whether this is a lead indicator of, because digital spend on IT is today's 55%. And if people are cutting down on incremental spend, on digital, this can be actually a lot worse than people imagine when it comes to IT spend, because it's a discretionary spend. It's done by the marketing department. It's not done by the operations team.
This is the first time since they got listed that they've fired, uh, these many people, right?
Yeah, it's quite a big deal.
Yeah.
I was talking to IT guy who does a lot of digital stuff, and he was giving a client, he was giving a case study, and what he was saying that when we start, for some client, when they started 2 years back, so they used to spend 30 lakhs on digital, and they used to get revenues worth 1.5. Then that got started to saturate. Then they started to spend 40-45. Still sales were still 1.5. They kept on increasing the budget till they reached parity. But then sales somehow topped out because there's a limitation to the bandwidth to what your kind of people are available on Facebook. So beyond a point in time, after reaching everyone, there's no one new who's going to buy. So within 2 years, they said we went to parity, and then we started to go in negative, and then we realized, boss, this digital thing is just, we are just working and paying it back to all these guys. So we are working for them. So they realized that, and they cut those budgets, and they started a different strategy, their own website and all own apps and all that stuff, trying to cut back there and see how to generate revenues. But this thing slowly eats into your bottom line, because it's very counterintuitive. But the fact that the more you do it, the lesser returns you get. And someone from the senior broking side was also telling me that we are doing 5k 6k and then we are getting 4 clients, 1 client. So the cost of acquisition for a broking client is also huge, and you don't even know that that relationship is going to pay you money or not, to the extent that you spend on advertising. So in the long run, I my sense is that whatever I talk to people, it's a diminishing game. And in the long run, you don't you start losing impact, because beyond a point in time the bandwidth is over. Those 10 lakh 20 lakh people have got those ads, and those who wanted to respond had responded. Uske baad kuch bhi bachta nahi hai to sell incremental.
So I just wanted to respond to Fact Finder's query. So I have spent about 20 years in marketing and advertising and related fields. So in times of stress, and I started working in October of 2001, just after the 2001 attack in the US, and I saw literally all job offers dry up in front of my eyes. And one thing I can tell you, in that the first thing that marketers do when they are in under stress, and I think Eddie can kind of corroborate, is they start to cut back on marketing spends, and so on digital is of course a large part of marketing spends these days. So those cuts are starting to show. I have spoken to people in both in publications and in advertising tech companies like Facebook and Google, and everywhere. It's not critical right now, but spends are being cut. And once, so I mean, I think Facebook sees it very clearly. Very recently, Amazon also stopped hiring corporate in their corporate staff. So when the world's largest retailer stops hiring, then you know that their economists are seeing something coming. And mind you, when they stop hiring, it also means that there is a natural attrition. So they're actually downsizing effectively. They're not actively downsizing, they're this thing. And so that's one part. The other part was to the other speaker. I didn't catch his name. Who was saying? I think Sarvendra ji was saying about law of diminishing returns. He's absolutely right. So if you talk to VCs, they'll say, half of our money is actually directly being sent to Facebook and Google, because that's the cost of acquisition, and Facebook and Google have a sort of lock and monopoly on new customers, and which is true. And what was happening was, because Facebook and Google was so easily available, so even their existing customers were being served through or were being reacquired through Facebook and Google. So which is which is silly, and which is lazy marketing actually. So those things people are realizing slowly, and smaller companies who watch every penny spent, they realize it faster than slightly bigger companies. But eventually, the story is that a lot of these companies will start to figure out better ways to engage directly with the customers they have already acquired. That's my 2 bits.
Sorry, can I jump in? Fact finder.
Yes, yes.
Okay, sir. So just to add on, so firstly, Sarvendra ji ने एकदम accurate summary दिया है. Sir, you're going to put me out of business as a marketing consultant, because आप
अरे
trading
सर,
में
ऐसा मेरा कोई इरादा नहीं है. Sorry to interrupt.
नहीं, but no, like it's 100%. And I advise clients and I tell them don't do digital in this way, and they all like shout back at me. And I have to then patiently explain. But आपने एकदम सही summarize किया. That is exactly what has happened. The 2 points I want to add: the core had so advertising industry famously is directly a leveraged play on GDP, right? So it's a very good proxy for GDP growth, especially in a consumption dominant economy like India or US, whatever. So one is, long time back, few years ago, you have noticed the tentpole advertisers change. So in sort of my marketing heyday, we had the Cokes and the Airtels on the jackets of cricketers and so on. Now, in the last few years, you've seen a lot of VC funded brands on the jackets of cricketers, which is like the most expensive stuff. And wo abhi VC funding, obviously, environment has turned totally. So you're looking at 10 to 20 billion dollars of advertising, direct, indirect, going away, and that's a huge shift. And it's gone. This is very quiet. Nobody really talks much about it. Like Chirag, I think mentioned very correctly that about 30% of every VC dollar goes into media, whether it's Amazon, Facebook, or Star TV or whoever. The second, last sort of data point is this went very quiet. किसी ने comment नहीं किया, but in the Z Sony merger, Z has offered to shut down its entertainment channel. Now, Z Entertainment Channel is a big dog in the game. It's 20 plus, 25 plus percent market share. And who offers to shut down a 25% share brand to get competition sort of merger approval? उससे अच्छा तो आप merger तोड़ दोगे, saying नहीं करेंगे merge. So I feel this is highly indicative of the kind of stress that seasoned players like these guys are seeing down the road, and it's a classic sort of consolidation move. So to shut down such a big, and Z Entertainment is a very good brand name, good loyal consumers in the TV segment, etc. तो अगर उनको लग रहा है future ऐसे है, so you have very seasoned hands taking a call on the economy, and it's a very good, I feel, way. Merger के नाम पे नहीं, merger approval के लिए हमको बंद करना पड़ा. So nobody really kind of raises a stink about it. So I feel it's yet another indicator of dire straits in big parts of the consumption economy. Outside the 8 or 4 hotels which offer 200 seating in the ballroom space, जो भरा पड़ा होगा, but उसके बाहर तो बहुत consumption stress है, and these are just hard indicators of it.
So I just wanted to, Edie, I just wanted to comment on the Z merger. I mean, it's not purely a rational business decision there. I mean, I know people who are investor activists who are trying to kind of get shine more light on it, and basically, certain people wanted to stay in control of that company because it pays them dividends in other spaces. So, which is the reason why this merger was kind of rushed through. Anyway, not a point for public debate here, but just wanted to kind of highlight that it's not purely a rational business decision that is driving that that merger.
बोलो और किसी को बोलना है भाई?
Sharad sir, question tha related to earlier comments.
बोलो.
So if gold and oil are kind of adjusting, not adjusting, basically other fiat currencies are adjusting to their real value against hard currency, gold and oil. Is silver, which has always been poor man's gold speculation item, is that a good play? आपका कोई views या सर्वेंद्र जी?
It will rise a lot and fall the fastest.
No, see, as you rightly pointed out, this is a poor man's gold.
Sir, दिन का 2 swing मिलता है उसमें.
Silver is far better metal to trade if you can trade it well, because it gives you good moves both sides. But yes, gradually that will also find its value, and that will also adjust. So I think the Dow is also the dollar is also debasing in terms of the silver also, but it's slightly not that profound. It's slightly slower because silver tends to do large swings, which gold would ideally not do. So, but yes, long run, I think silver will also outperform dollar.
So, what are clean ways to play silver, sir? Like stock or ETF or whatever, India or US?
See, ETF, so I don't think we have still got listed here, but yeah, you can see you can do the MCX silver contract. Why not? It's very liquid. One of the most, I think, top 2 liquid contracts in the world. So the impact cost is your impact cost is very less, basis is very less, your trading cost is less. So I think it's so fairly liquid that you not 2 points, 3 points is what you can get spreads when once the market is liquid. So I think MCX contract right now to me looks the most in India, looks to be the most the best alternative to do silver right now.
So I trade silver almost every other day, if not twice or thrice a day. And उसमें 3 contracts हैं. You can easily take a long position in silver, let's say February contract, and just hold it. And then if you do sort of hedging, you can do contra trades because silver gives good swings. So if you are holding a, let's say, long term silver contract, then you can do and it's falling in the green and you see the trend, you can actually short there and money on the downtrend as well. So,
and the best part on the MCX silver contract is that retail participation can also be there. You have a MIC contract which is 1 kg, margin is hardly 8,000 rupees.
Yeah.
So anybody who's doing Nifty options can easily go and do one lot of silver on silver MIC.
Yeah. So there are 3 silver main, which is I think 30 kg, silver mini, which is 5 kgs, and silver micro, which is 1.
Very useful. Thank you.
अरे क्यों खेलना है सब कुछ?
अरे खेलो दो ना सर, कुछ तो खेलने दो लोगों को यार.
खेलो इंडिया,
सर जो कमोडिटी खेलेगा उसके बाद बाकी सब छोड़ देगा.
नहीं जो
आप तो खुद ही बोल रहे हो डॉलर डिबेस हो रहा है, करेंसी डिबेस हो रही है, तो खेलने दो सिल्वर गोल्ड.
नहीं ये प्रॉब्लम क्या है बताऊं आपको. अगर आप कमोडिटी खेलते हो ना, आपको 12 बजे तक जागना पड़ता है. भाई को स्ट्रेस लेता है. That is my point.
इंट्राडे तो स्विंग मिला, स्टॉप लॉस लगाया और निकल गए, और क्या उससे ज्यादा क्या करना. बस
सर उसमें जो मैं करता हूँ वही करना पड़ेगा सबको. उसमें अपना एक जोड़ीदार ढूंढना पड़ेगा और पेयर ट्रेडिंग करनी पड़ेगी. आपके साथ आपका एक जोड़ीदार होना चाहिए, साथ में दोनों लोग को एक सुबह एक शाम. दैट्स द ओनली बेस्ट वे टू डू एनी इंटरनेशनल कमोडिटी.
I want to make a statement saying that all financial assets, paper-based assets, will be of no use. Only hard assets will be of use.
That I agree, sir. That I agree. ले सके physical delivery तो लेनी चाहिए, but मैं कह रहा हूँ the second best option is a liquid contract which gives you good entry exit. वो कर ले तो भी बहुत हो जाए.
नहीं, but everybody is not a trader like us, ना.
हाँ तो फिर सही है सर. 5 किलो चांदी खरीद के 1 किलो चांदी खरीद के बैठ जाओ, टेंशन नहीं है. 2-5 किलो चांदी खरीद के सबको बैठना चाहिए.
और अगर आप मतलब गोल्ड में इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हो तो इंडिया में ये ESG है, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स, वो मत लेना अभी, बिकॉज द गवर्नमेंट हैज इम्पोज्ड 15% इम्पोर्ट ड्यूटी. तो ये जो MCX में भाव आता है वो इम्पोर्ट ड्यूटी के साथ में आता है. तो जिस दिन एक गवर्नमेंट निकालेगा तो 15% आपका ऐसे ही निकल जाएगा. तो अगर हो सके तो इंटरनेशनल लो.
आई एग्री. वो लाइक जो कर सकता है बेस्ट है इंटरनेशनल करो, दोनों चीजें डॉलर टर्म्स में करो.
सर जस्ट आपने कहा SGB नहीं लेने को, बट उससे MCX का क्या लेना देना है? MCX फ्यूचर्स का
नहीं, नथिंग. नहीं, MCX में जो भाव आता है ना वो गोल्ड का, दैट इज इंक्लूसिव ऑफ ड्यूटी.
जी
सब बोला.
जी. And sovereign gold bonds are a bad idea. Why, sir?
Because if during the before the maturity, if government reduces the duty or cancels the duty, So you lose out on the duty part, no?
Oh, right. So you're saying only the old one should carry, don't buy now. That's what आपकी.
Yeah.
जी. मेरा पुराना ही है सब सर, नया नहीं है
Yeah.
कुछ.
अरे तेरे पास सब कुछ है, मेरे पास माँ है. तो चलिए, कुछ है तो बताइए, वरना 8 मिनट में बंद हो जाएगा.
आपने ऑटो टाइमर लगा दिया है क्या सर?
नहीं, ऐसे नहीं. अभी मैंने बात करते करते चाइनीज खाया और वो पिया. अभी 7 मिनट है. 12:30, 3.5 घंटा हो गया. If nobody has anything to say, we'll wind up. Yeah, Akshay, Sarvendra, Fact Finder, Chirag, Srinivasan, anybody?
सर डाउ का ही अपडेट ले लो. 700 पॉइंट नीचे डाउ हो गया. टेस्ला आपका 7% नीचे है अभी. यूएस के मार्केट से देख रहा हूँ बैठे बैठे. एसएनपी 100 पॉइंट 110 पॉइंट नीचे.
सरविंदर जी, टेस्ला का हेड एंड शोल्डर जरूर देखना, दिल खुश हो जाएगा आपका.
देख ही रहे हैं सर, टेस्ला को तो देख ही रहे हैं सब. सब पूरा यूएस का ही. मैं तो कह रहा हूँ मैं तो कह रहा हूँ बैंक निफ्टी में भी हेड एंड शोल्डर बाउंस में हेड एंड शोल्डर ही बन रहा है. वो अपना अपना भी तो देखो. उसी में तो पैसे ज्यादा बनेंगे.
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
अक्षय,
यस सर.
ये आप जो बोलते हैं हेड एंड शोल्डर, वो सब तो ठीक है. फोर्ड का भाव देखो, $11.5 है. तो ये खुदी का शेयर का क्या भाव होगा टेस्ला, आप ही इमेजिन करो.
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल. ये हमने पहले सोचा हुआ है कि फोर्ड जो इतनी गाड़ियां बेचती है, इतने सालों से है, उसका भाव क्या है, और ये कहाँ पे हमको चांद पे ले जाएंगे पता नहीं.
ये टेस्ला है ना, ये हमने निकाला था $40. उसके बाद तो स्प्लिट बेट हुआ, जो भी अभी है, तो उधर आ जाएगा वापस 100% राइट. और दूसरा बात, हंसना मत अक्षय, हम पागल नहीं है, हम सोच के
नहीं सर, नहीं, मैं आपका ये व्यू मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा, और मेरा भी व्यू कुछ ऐसा ही है, $100 के आसपास.
सर अक्षय की जो सर अक्षय जब खुश होता है ना, तो एक खुशी वाली इसकी हंसी है. सरकाजम वाली इसकी खुशी वाली हंसी है.
नहीं, वो सरकाजम भी वेलकम है. और एक बात बताओ, मारुति का भाव है ना 1200 नए हुए ना, मार देना मेरे. ये फोर्ड ये भाव है, जीएम ये भाव है, टोयोटा ये भाव है, सुजुकी जो कि एक फालतू कंपनी है, उसका क्यों इतना भाव होना चाहिए ये सब्सिडियरी का. सोचो जरा.
नहीं, मेरा अभी 2 दिन पहले किसी से बात हो रहा था, तो उसने बोला कि कैथी वुड के फंड ने और टेस्ला खरीदा है. तो उसने मुझे बोला कि यार तुम हेड एंड शोल्डर ये सब बोलते हो, तुमको क्या लगता है कि कैथी वुड जो अपनी इन्वेस्टर्स का पैसा उसमें डाल रही है, उसको ज्यादा मालूम है या तुमको ज्यादा मालूम है? इसके लिए मैं हंसा.
यार मैं वो कैथी वुड को वो प्रपोजल प्रपोज किया था, पर नहीं मानी. क्या करूं. तो ऐसे ही पैसे वाला हो जाता मैं, और पैसे वाला हो जाता. एनीवे, वो कैथी तो पोस्टर वुमन है, सब लोग फॉलो किया फैक्ट फाइंडर. या फैक्ट फाइंडर.
No, I just wanted to add one thing about luxury. I think luxury was a great theme to play in the at least in the last 18 months post COVID, right? But the kind of wealth destruction that has happened, um, both in currency terms as well as in terms of your pension funds, your equity, your bonds. So for people in UK, for instance, they have seen tremendous wealth destruction. Europeans have seen tremendous wealth destruction. Even the Americans have seen. So I think this luxury theme is going to really crap out really badly. I mean, LVMH already crapped out a little bit, but I think it will crap out more. It's still above the COVID high. COVID's, I mean, pre-COVID. So I think people need to really watch the luxury space, because if that really craps out, then it's a fairly negative sentiment. I think there's nothing as bad as negative wealth effect. What you're seeing in China, a negative wealth effect, is similarly what's going to happen in Europe. So any companies that have exposure to the rich, I think will get hit this time quite badly.
I have a question for ED. Do you have any update on volume growth of FMCG products, like things like biscuits and oils and soaps and stuff like that?
No, yeah, Chirag, no good data, so to speak. Things not looking that great is what friends tell me.
What about
And
have you been following con calls of the likes of ITC and HUL? Are they kind of responding to queries on volume growth and things like that?
yeah, they have, but their last con calls they were quite straight. HUL and Britannia and all were quite direct. Britannia put up a slide showing inflation and cumulative effect of inflation in last, I think, 12 months or 18 months is more than like 1 decade. ऐसा सब chart डाल दिया उन्होंने, because they feel the pinch. This quarter, I guess we'll have the opportunity once the earnings and all come out.
No, so earnings could be inflated due to inflation, but do you have a sense on volume, basically how many tons of biscuits they're selling or how many tons of soap they're selling, stuff like that?
Broadly,
Chirag,
as unka fata pada is, as to quote them literally, what their insiders say, there won't be any change in the volume trend, but prices are all up, and so they'll show revenue growth, and this commodity up down may be profit better or same. There's no change in the volume growth. I mean decline, or I mean it continues to be flat to negative.
Chirag, sorry, Srini, if you finished. Chirag, just refer to the latest data which Hindustan Lever gave in their presentation of the June quarter results. They have given a 3-year trajectory on industry volume growth across all the segments in which they operate, both in rural India and urban India. It's flat to negative on from June 1st. I mean, first half 6 months of this year versus 6 months, say over the last 3 years. So that data is available. Also, Kantar, I believe, does come out with some sort of presentations quite regularly, and you could try and get that. Plus, I think even Nielsen does come out with some sort of a monthly update. You could just search for it on thing what's it, but it's not exact. Nielsen's is not as exact. Um, but usually at quarter end, I think even this time Unilever will give out those numbers. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Nihilistic wanted to speak on IT. आप request भेज दीजिए. Our bottom left पे जो button है, Nikhil.
In the meantime, on autos, Sharad bhai, I have to add few things. Especially, I think Akshay is on the group. Akshay will say vouch for that. Hero Moto, there are few stocks which have clean charts and which have not adjusted and which have clean charts in every sector. Hero Moto Corp is one such chart that I always look at to take the macro India view. So in a CMT meeting, first of all, first get together, I think, or the second get together, this was the first chart in 2017-18 which I showed that Hero Moto has completed its entire bull market from 1989, and that high on Hero Moto Akshay is still not broken, which I pointed out then. So that chart tells me that 17-18 was the end of Indian bull market story, and uh, COVID thing is just an aberration. And now the second chart that also equally goes well with that And these are not recommendations. So anybody, these are all for educational purpose. These are not recommendations, and I'm not soliciting any advice here. So that's a disclaimer from my side. And as a case study, I'll discuss, since on this group we are discussing case studies. I think I'll not again name the stock, but one of the cement stocks, large cap cement stocks, similar setups of Hero MotoCorp. It was lagging that space by around 2 years. That has also completed its target. So I think there also a complete bull market from 1987 is over. And when we are saying that 23-25 year bull markets are getting over and a 40-year bear market is getting over on the bond yields in US, so these are pretty long term observations which are all coming at the same time. So I'm which gives me which gives me confidence to say that next 5 to 8 years you are in a slow grind, and you will get bear markets, and then you will get pullbacks, then you will get bear markets, you will get pullbacks. But my sense is that, taking out the 2022 high for Dow and S&P, especially where the counts are very clear, we are at least 3 to 5 years away.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Kumar.
Hanji, thank you, sir.
Oh,
Sir, I just wanted to, as a layman or as a newbie, you can say that we are saying that the valuations of Tesla or any company, uh, name it any company, HUL or something, the valuations are now very high, and it is the time for them to go down.
oh,
But the thing is, what I feel is that what I have read is that in 25 years back, a normal PE ratio was considered to be about 5, 6, 7. Now, normal PE ratio is between 18 and 22. It is now normal. 15 is considered too low. About 20-25 years back, PE ratio of 5 was considered, it was practical to see the stocks at that PE ratio. Good stocks, they were available at 5, 6, 7. So what does this mean? According to me, is that money flow is going in. It is not stopping. For limit, there's good stocks are limited, and the money is chasing them. And
yes.
and if the market cap is limited and savings of the people are increasing, they have to park their money. They can't. Indians by nature are savers. They are not high spenders like other countries. So they see avenues to park the money. The lower middle class, now they have this option of very good option of investing in share market, because property you need very high value, this great funds maybe, for saving. General middle class, lower middle class people don't have those kind of funds maybe. So this aspect, just this aspect, that if even if the valuations are high, but the people are ready to put money in it.
Mm.
So is it not enough reason for them to still go high?
Uh, okay. I got your question. But first of all, you tell me why you have protected your account. Why I cannot see your account?
No, you just use sensor follow request. You will get, sir.
नहीं लेकिन क्यों आप बहुत बड़े आदमी हो क्या?
नहीं sir, नहीं. That is not the reason. That is some family reason.
ओके ओके. नाउ आपका जो ये सवाल है कि जिसको पैसा डालना है तो हमेशा शेयर बाजार ऊपर ही रहेगा. That is your logic, right?
No, share. अगर a lot of people are putting money. A lot
हाँ.
of people are finding difficult to difficult other avenues, and they have lot of money to park somewhere. They are finding banks, FDs not giving good returns.
नहीं, अभी
Property
ऐसा है
prices
ना,
are too
नहीं नहीं
high.
नहीं नहीं नहीं, सुनिए, अभी एफडी में भी 7% मिलता।
अब अभी शुरू हो गया, 2-3-4 महीने से हो गया शुरू।
हाँ, तो अभी शिफ्ट होना चालू हो जाएगा वापस उधर, और बॉन्ड्स में भी 8-9% मिलेगा। तो इक्विटी में कौन आएगा, आप बताओ ना।
सर इसका ये जवाब है, मेरे को लगता है, वो ये लगता है कि मोस्ट पीपल आर नॉट डायरेक्टली इन्वेस्टिंग इन इक्विटीज, but till now they are getting very good returns, double than FDs, from these local mutual funds like LICs and all. Whatever they are committing, showing their past record, and they are fulfilling also.
Yes.
So people are not directly participating in equity, but at least they are having a very good, what I see around, they are having very good faith in, at least in LIC schemes. But if we even keep aside other mutual funds, their LICs are actually honoring whatever their agents are committing to the small investors, collecting 10,000 per year or 1 lakh per year, and they are honoring their whatever commitments they are giving.
नहीं, तो आपको लगता है कि उतने पैसे से शेयर बाजार चलेगा?
LIC के पास बहुत होना चाहिए। अभी तक तो चला रहा है LIC। आपसे भी सुना मैंने थोड़े दिन पहले, LIC चला रहा है अभी भी।
वो सब बराबर है भाई। देखिए, आपको जो ठीक लगे आप कीजिएगा।
नहीं सर, मैं जस्ट एक एक्सपर्ट पैनल से ये एक पॉइंट रखना चाहता था कि अगर पैसा आ ही जाएगा तो भी क्या वैल्यूएशन मैटर करते हैं? जस्ट लाइक प्रॉपर्टी है, कोई बहुत प्राइम प्रॉपर्टी है, उसमें एक इन्वेस्टर एक कहेगा बोली लग रही है मैं इतने करोड़ का देता हूँ, 2 करोड़, उसमें क्या वैल्यूएशन है? उसमें तो एक जितना पैसा कोई लगा रहा है उतने रेट बढ़ रहा है प्लॉट का, कोई अच्छी जगह पर है तो उसका जितना कोई इन्वेस्टर उसमें इंटरेस्टेड है तो उसका रेट। और एक पीई वाली मैंने जो बात की थी कि अभी 20 बड़ा नॉर्मल हो गया, कल को 30 नॉर्मल हो सकता है।
नहीं, मेरे हिसाब से फ्यूचर में नॉर्मल 4 का ही रहेगा, 4 का पी रहेगा।
अच्छा, ठीक है सर।
नहीं, अगर आप क्षमता रखते हो कि 20 नॉर्मल है, तो मैं बोलता हूँ 4 नॉर्मल है, क्या हो गया? ये तो परसेप्शन का बात है, या फैक्ट है।
शरद भाई, कोई आई थिंक मिस्टर हिमाद्री नंदी काफी देर मेरे को मैसेज किया, शायद देख लो आप।
नहीं, रिक्वेस्ट नहीं आया।
रेनमैन 25
उनको बोलो रिक्वेस्ट भेजो यार।
Kumar, you if I heard you right, you mentioned that LIC is giving you good returns amongst all the schemes. Sir, can you just tell me how much is LIC's IRR on their products? Because are you talking about their mutual fund schemes, or are you talking about LIC's LIC as in the LIC insurance schemes?
Not insurance schemes. The thing is that I know some agents who are giving commitments of 10%, 12% by showing the past track records, and they are also having the data which they give to the customers. I've not invested a single penny in LIC. I'm just telling my experience, what I've seen around. That those agents, they have valid data.
नहीं, ये सब फालतू का बात है यार। वो पास्ट परफॉर्मेंस इज नो गाइड टू द फ्यूचर परफॉर्मेंस।
लेकिन पिछले 10 साल की, 12 साल की, 15 साल के उनके पास डाटास हैं, और लोग अच्छा पैसा उनको दे रहे हैं एजेंट्स को।
तो आप डालिए।
नहीं सर, मैं तो पहले ही बोल दिया, मैंने एक पैसा नहीं डाला हुआ, लेकिन आई एम शेयरिंग व्हाट आई सी.
अरे
And-
बट वो सब फालतू का है, LIC का मामला, वो अडानी का शेयर लेता है, मालूम है आपको?
नहीं सर, मेरे को नहीं मालूम.
4,000 में अडानी का शेयर लेता है। तो
I want to ask
वो
Kumar.
चोर उचके लोग का स्कीम का बात मत
Kumar.
करो।
No, Kumar, just for your information, Kumar,
Yeah.
what do you think LIC's growth in their collections are, this particular first quarter? And
Sir, I have no idea. Please,
okay,
please enlighten if you have something to
yeah. So in
add.
the last month, September, LIC's collections in premiums was actually negative, sir. Are you aware?
Okay. No, sir, no, I'm
So
not.
yeah, exactly. So you are saying that people are so convinced,
Yeah.
but still, why is that LIC's premiums have been negative in the month of September, and the first 6 months of the year it's only up 7%? And if you think about it, inflation is greater than 7%. People are not even keeping up towards inflation.
Okay.
So, okay. So I think I don't know whether you're trying to act smart in your questions, because clearly it doesn't seem that
No, it is
I
not
think
only about
I think
LIC, sir. It is about
the LIC never.
collectively about
I have spoken
all
to LIC.
mutual funds. Collectively
One minute,
about
sir.
people are
Sir.
no,
Sir,
continuing with their SIPs in
I want.
Please,
whatever mutual
one at
funds.
a time, one at a time.
Just wait. Kumar, listen, Kumar. I have dealt with LIC for 15 years, okay? I know their their secretary of investments. I have known all their fund managers for several years. Trust me. And I've also met, there have been people in my family who sell LIC products. I have never come across any guy who's showing me 12% return on the LIC products, okay? They usually show 7, 8 or 7%. LIC in their product IRRs have never crossed more than 8%. So if you're telling me that somebody showing you 11, 12%, either you're bullshitting or they're bullshitting you.
No, you are telling whatever IRR terms you are using.
Excuse me. No more discussion on this, please. Yes, Srinivasan.
Sir, actually, on this topic, but I'll make 3 quick points. नहीं सच्ची में LIC एजेंट यही बोलता है, फैक्ट फाइंडर, यू आर एक्सपोज टू डिफरेंट लेवल ऑफ पीपल ऑन द मासेस 11-12% का वो अपना साइक्लो जेरोक्स करके ये सब सेलिंग चलता है. कुमार जी क्वेश्चन आई फील हैज 3 आंसर्स. वन इज द लॉजिक why PE up. I mean, we heard from Sarvinder ji, Sharad ji, Anand ji in different ways. 25 years ago, at a 12% interest rate, 100 by 12, a 6, 7, 8 PE would be logic. At a, say, 5% interest rate, which was there 2, 3 years ago, a 20p looks logical. So at a mathematical level, I feel this is the answer to why a 2030 normal P era will soon transition into a 4 to 9 PE being normal era. Now, how does the behavior actually change? जो आनंद भाई ने stocks में के बारे में बोला, I think the same thing applies also from whatever little I've read. Both of us suppose have 1 crore in stock market. We are all भाव के खिलाड़ी. So जब बढ़ रहा है हम सब आ गए. But वो 1 crore जब 95 lakhs हो जाता है, because there's only a 5% drawdown. सपोज कुमार जी आप कहते हो भाई मेरे से नहीं होगा, ये गवर्नमेंट अभी 10% दे रही है, श्रीनी मैं ना 10% डाल रहा हूँ, अब मैं अपना 95 lakhs विड्रॉ करके आई एम पुटिंग इन दिस 10% assured yield from the government. Then it falls another 5%, तो मेरी फट जाती है, तो मैं 90 लाख बचा है उस मैं निकाल लेता हूँ एंड मैं 10% में डाल देता हूँ फिक्स्ड इनकम में, सेइंग अच्छा 1 साल बाद पैसे तो आ जाएंगे. This sets off the classic chain where money starts going out of the market into like a higher fixed income yield, and this is a transition process. But I agree, sir. आपने बोला Indians are savers, yes, but Indians cannot stomach price loss. We cannot stomach drawdowns. So the minute drawdowns begin, there are no buyers because foreigners are not buying. Domestic institutions' flows are easing up. So everyone will suddenly, a trickle turns into a flood. And as the joke goes, the exit gate tends to be narrow. So everyone tries to rush out of it. The last point is every market historian has pointed out there's a phase in history in the cycle where it's in the government's interest to let equity markets boom and everything is good. But now there's also a phase where it's in the RBI or central bank's interest to hammer the equity markets. So the data point you saw, I think 1 week or 2 weeks back, was savings of Indians are now going more into mutual funds than into traditional FDs and fixed income. Now, to defend a worsening rupee dollar situation, if RBI has to increase interest rate, so every percentage point I'm increasing, I can help myself a little bit by letting equity fall a bit, and वो पैसा आके fixed deposit में छुप जाए. We saw bank credit growth is outstripping bank FD growth. So we have already crossed the tipping point where it's in the RBI and banking system's interest to let equities get hammered a bit and let savings come back into fixed income. So that cycle which आपने सही सवाल पूछा है, and this is the point in history at which we will transition into 30p not at all being normal and Indians running back into fixed income. And we'll see the era, like Sarvendraji was saying, it's a 25-year era that's kind of coming to a end. We will see P's of 6 to 8 being normal and 30 being a bizarre
So
thing from the top.
that era is going to end, which we have seen since last 2025 and got used to it. So maybe
Yes.
it is going to end.
कुमार साहब, आप काहे को बोलते हो? वर्ल्ड ओवर में 5, 7, 8 का पी है, इंडिया में क्या स्पेशल है यार?
नहीं शरद भाई जस्ट इन्होंने नोइंगली
एक मिनट
या
ये जो स्टॉक मार्केट इतना ऊपर गया ना, गवर्नमेंट का एक गलती हो गया कि स्टॉक मार्केट इतना बढ़ने दिया. इतना बढ़ता नहीं था, तकलीफ नहीं होता था. हाँ सर्वेंद्र,
नहीं नोइंगली अनोइंगली इन्होंने बहुत कुमार जी नाम है ना, इन्होंने नोइंगली अनोइंगली बहुत अच्छी बात बोली उन्होंने कि आदमी यूज्ड टू हो गया है. वी हैव गॉट सो यूज्ड टू एंड सो कॉम्फी विद व्हाटएवर हैपनिंग ओवर द लास्ट 15-20 इयर्स कि सबको लग रहा है कि यही जिंदगी भर चलते रहेगा. सो यही भ्रम जब टूटेगा सो वी विल सी द पेन. सो दैट इज व्हाट माय इन्होंने बहुत भोलेपन में इन्होंने बहुत बड़ी बात बोल दी कि पीपल हैव गॉट यूज्ड टू दिस 20-25-30 years of easy money और बस चल रहा है. 8 का करेक्शन आया नया है, कोविड का करेक्शन आया नया है, बस ये चल रहा है 20-22 साल से. तो एवरीबॉडी इज गॉट वेरी यूज्ड टू द इजी एंड फ्री मनी.
भाई साहब इनको पूछो जनवरी 2020 से मार्च 2020 तक मार्केट में थे क्या? पहले वो 3 महीने में क्या हाल हो गया था पब्लिक का, वो पूछो पहले.
आनंद भाई वो मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ, वो बात करेक्ट है. ये सारे शॉर्ट टर्म ब्लिप लगे ना लोगों को. सी कोई लोग, आई डोंट वांट टू नेम द पीपल, नो, लोग बोलते हैं ना कि आदमी हो, इंसान हो या बाजार, जाना एक बार ऊपर ही है. तो इंसान के लिए तो वो ट्रू है कि जो पैदा हुआ है वो मरेगा, लेकिन मार्केट हमेशा ऊपर जाते रहेगा. ये लॉजिक जो दिमाग में लोगों के ठोक ठोक के बिठा दिया गया है ना 20 साल में कि बस डालते रहो और 20 साल में रिटर्न तो बन ही जाएंगे. तो वो जब निकाई का पीरियड इंडिया में आएगा, 1989 में निकाई 40,000 था, आज 2022-23 में भी निकाई अभी 26,000 ही है. अभी पूछो जाके वो 1989 से बेचारा जो एसआईपी कर रहा है निकाई में, उसके कब पैसे बनेंगे? वो 40 साल से बेचारा पैसे डाले जा रहा है, उसका तो भाव ही नहीं आया. सो वो पीरियड इंडिया में भी आएगा, ये लोगों को समझता नहीं है, और वो शायद यहीं से आएगा. तो फिर क्या कर लोगे? तो 20 साल रोगे बैठ के. यहाँ से जो 20 साल एसआईपी करेगा, यू कैन एंड अप इन द निकाई वे. नॉट दैट आई एम सेइंग दैट, आई एम सेइंग ठीक है अभी इंडिया का काफी कुछ बाकी होगा, हम भी उस कैंप में है कि इंडिया का भी काफी कुछ बाकी है, लेकिन एक दिन तो इंडिया का भी आएगा ना जहां 20-30 साल बेयर मार्केट होएगा. So Nikkei kept on making new lows from 1989 till 2009. Hardly very few people know. आपको मालूम होगा, बाकी लोगों को मालूम नहीं है. Nikkei went on and broke the 1999 low and made a new low in 2009. उसने अपना पीछे का भी 2001-2 का लो तोड़ दिया था. So Typically, Nikkei was in a 20-year bear market. So how
Sir,
many people know that?
can I come in for 1 second at this point? कि सर जब नेकी 89 में आया था, it had turned into a developed country. वो एक बहुत ऊंचाई को छू चुका था, अपने डेवलपमेंट में अपनी पीक पे पहुंच चुका था. आज
कुमार
इंडिया
भाई,
2.5 ट्रिलियन की
कुमार
इकोनॉमी है,
भाई,
जो कि
कुमार
चा-
भाई,
आप
कुमार भाई,
जो कि
आप
10
आप
ट्रिलियन
सर
20
आंखों पे,
ट्रिलियन 25 ट्रिलियन को एम कर रहा है. तो वो टाइम अभी 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 आ गया है क्या, कि अभी 20 साल बाद आना है?
वो देखेंगे, वो हम भी अभी नहीं बोल रहे हैं, वो तो देखेंगे बाद में. बट इंडिया का भी वो समय आएगा, मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ, और जल्द नियर फ्यूचर में ही आएगा.
अरे बस इसको सिंपल खत्म करो ना, आप खरीदो भाई. हमारा बेरिश व्यू है
नहीं
तो
सर, नहीं खरीदो नहीं, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, पूछ रहा हूँ सर.
नहीं,
आपको
आप
लगता
पूछ
है
ले
ना?
रहे हो, आप अधिकार जमा रहे हो हमारे पर.
नहीं सर,
इसका
नहीं
ऐसा
नहीं,
इसका
नहीं,
कोई
आपका टोन भी बराबर
वी
नहीं है.
आर.
कल क्या होगा इसका कोई जवाब नहीं है. ना आपके पास है, ना मेरे पास है. हम सब हमारा व्यू प्रेजेंट करते हैं. आप भी अपना व्यू प्रेजेंट करो. अगर आपको लगता है सब अच्छा है तो आप बाय करो. हम बेचेंगे तो हमारे को भी कोई खरीदार चाहिए ना, नहीं तो हम बेचेंगे किसको? हम एक दूसरे को थोड़ी ना बेचेंगे. तो आप जैसे लोग जब तक नहीं आएंगे, भाई साहब, ये बाजार नहीं चलेगा. आज भी लोग बुलिश है, इसीलिए हम बेरिश है.
या फ्रेंड.
Srini, first I want to apologize to Kumar. I'm sorry if I shouted.
No, no,
Previously.
it's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Secondly, Idi, you mentioned this point about savings and all of that. I came across this interesting data point. As a gross financial savings is now fallen down to about 10.8% for FY22. It was about 15% in FY21, but that's also because our GDP number was much lower. But if I were to look at a slightly longer trend, our financial savings in the last 4 5 years have been consistently falling down, the gross financial savings. Now, if I look at the money that people are putting into equity shares, pension funds, and all of that, and other financial investments, then I think that figure has now reached about 40% of savings. And so, to that extent, I get a feeling that there's a limit to how much it is a misconception that people will continue to increase their savings into equity. It's not going to be as easy as people think. And let me give you an example of a much easier example to understand. A lot of people say, there was, I think, recently the Piramal Finance CEO mentioned in a post on LinkedIn where he mentioned that, India's retail debt to GDP is very, very low. What that sounds really cool, and US, retail debt to GDP is very high, but people don't look at the detail. The bigger issue is that in the US, retail debt. There's a lot of retail debt for education, which is not the case for India as much. But the biggest component of retail debt is housing. In the US, they do about 2 3 million houses in a year in a population of 300 million, and in a when you're talking about 75 million families. In India, we just do about 400,000, new apartments a year. Okay, in a population of 1.4 and a family size of 350 million. So, if you remove the housing part of retail credit in the US and maybe education, and you remove the same components of India, then the difference in retail debt to GDP is not as stark as people make it out to be. So, likewise, I wanted to bring the same point back to gross financial savings and net financial savings. They've been consistently falling down, and because of various reasons, jobs as well as inflation, and that I think, and now the level to which money has gone into equity, I think there is going to be a little bit of a struggle for incremental allocations to happen.
So now, oh yeah, good. Now it's almost 4 hours here. Anybody else? So uh, I'll thank you very much for being with me. Hope you have enjoyed, learned something, and most of all, do take some protective action. Don't say होने दो अब भगवान को जो मंजूर है होगा. Don't live in hope. Action is the best cause. Good night. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Sharad bhai.
Thank you, sir. Good night, sir.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.